Okay, good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, October 1st. Wow, time flies, huh? And this is the Commissioner's Work Session. Up first, we have staff community presentations, starting with Winter X Games 2025. Samantha and Suzanne and guests.
And guests. So yes, I'm going to run through this quickly with you since we're sort of used to doing this on our annual basis. And Samantha's here to help me. So we've got ski coach Joey Waltemoth and Valerie Ryan. You're with Sports Content Creation, LLC. Winter X Games 2025 at Buttermilk. I think a lot is similar to the past. I think what was different last year was, the new ownership, but essentially the event was kind of running the same as it had for the few years before that. There were tickets sold for prime viewing areas last year. They are proposing all ticket sales this year for all attendees, and they'll get to talk more about that. They are having a limit of 8,000 spectators and staff, which is lower than they have seen in the past in terms of attendance at the event. And otherwise, no live concerts. They will have some amplified music as part of the event.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. We will have live concerts.
Oh, okay. I guess they're going to tell us more about.
Okay.
Live music by DJs.
Okay. Still no motorsports. That
No
hasn't
motorsports.
changed. Okay. And no public parking on site. So, again, we bring this to you annually. Once we've received the application for the permit, we end up issuing the permit administratively. There's a lot more for us still to work through in terms of having all the public safety people review all the plans and all of that. So we're just here to give you the opportunity to hear about the event and what may have changed for 2025. And then there's no action required from you today. It's just administrative moving forward with the permit, with any direction you may give us.
Got it. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi.
Okay. And tell me your
Hi.
names again.
Joey.
You're Joey.
Yep.
You've been here
Valerie.
before. And Valerie. Great. Valerie.
And I will say, there's the concerts. It's DJs. So you are right.
I was
Sorry,
getting
it is
okay.
in there.
Right
Don't
ahead.
say
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
I just want to start and say thank you for having us here. X Games is excited to come back to Aspen and working with our partnership and friendship that we have with Aspen Ski Co. It's been really great to work with them. And it's our 24th year in Aspen in 2025. So we are excited to come back. I will say that I remember my very first X Games. When I first started with them, it was going on 19 years that I've been with X Games now. And my very first event that I came to was X Games in Aspen. And I fell in love with Aspen, like most people do when they come here. Then the next year, I literally fell in love while on site in Aspen with my husband.
I was going to say, wait a minute, you fell in love.
Who most of you probably know, Ron Ryan, who was the director of investigations when I met him, and the undersheriff. The reason I bring this up is because I understand the value of community. I understand what it means to be part of this community. My husband served the community for 30 years, and I still value everything we do within the community and making sure that the community is served with X Games. So
Now, are you exclusively X Games, or are you Ski Co?
I'm exclusively X Games.
You are? Okay.
Yes.
Working for the company.
Exclusively Ron Ryan's. But I
I'm
thought that the
exclusively-
producers of X Games changed 2 years ago.
It did. We changed from ESPN owned us 2 years ago, Disney owned us 2 years ago, and then MSP Sports Capital bought us in, 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're Sports Content Creation Limited is who our company is, but X Games is still who my company is.
So you went with X Games from
I
one
did,
company
yes.
to the other.
Yes, there was a good portion of us went into the new company with X Games. So you probably know some of the key players. Rich Biggie is one of them who's still been around for a while. So, yeah, I say
So it's
that
not
because
entirely a new cast of characters.
correct, which is always good, especially from a public safety perspective. I I also want to say, not only are we excited to bring X Games here, it's our 30th brand anniversary next year as well. So we're going to be celebrating the kickoff of our brand anniversary for 30 years here in Aspen, and so we're excited to be here. So,
You started Big Bear Lake?
oh my goodness, was it? No, it was. Was it up in
I think it was Vermont.
Vermont? Yeah, Vermont.
There was
For the
Big
winter,
Bear.
winter's 30 years old now? Winter X
No,
Games.
X Games, the brand is 30
Oh, the
years
brand
old.
is. Now, was it
Yes.
summer first? Or?
Summer first.
Okay.
So our first event was in 1995. Which I just started
You were 11.
college
no, you were
then.
6.
Graduated
Correct.
from high school.
Thanks for doing the math,
Elementary
Greg. Appreciate that. Yes. So we're excited to celebrate the kickoff of our 30th anniversary for the brand too here.
Got it. Wow. Yeah, I think I remember it certainly pre-Aspen and pre-winter.
Me too,
so,
I definitely do. Skateboarding was a
Right,
big deal.
Right. Got it. Okay. Is there more?
When it comes to tickets, I think, was it presented our one sheet? Do we know if that was submitted as well?
Ticket.
The ticketing map, or
Nope. No.
this is what I
No.
received?
There didn't see
The ticketing map that Jeff sent through and the
This one.
one-sheeter of info that,
And the one sheet, I don't think
That
I
was not in the
received.
packet. because
Okay.
We haven't
you
seen
didn't-
that.
We
I
didn't
can
get that
share
till
that if you'd like.
Samantha's got it.
So I'll just kind of quickly review what the ticketing plan is right now. We are going to do a single day GA ticket. The prices will start at $50, and that's all in. That includes fees and ticketing fees. The only thing it doesn't include is taxes and any kind of shipping, if there's any shipping related to that. So that will be single day for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Thursday, we will start at 5 o'clock and go till 11. And then Saturday and Sunday, we start at 10 a.m. and go to 11 as well.
So, just to be clear, so for local kids to go to the X Games, it costs them $50 a day.
Correct. But we will have a 50% off locals discount. That more information on that we will announce. And we'll also be working with the schools and coming up with a school program. So our plans will involve making sure that the community is taken care of to be able to come and see X Games. And then if you have lift passes to Buttermilk, you can also ride the chairlift and get some of the best views possible by skiing and snowboarding.
Okay.
And then that price does include the DJs that will be performing as well, which normally we would have that as a separate price, but we kind of made it all in. Yeah,
Oh, that's it?
that's it.
Okay, I'm going to open it up and see if there are any questions from our online contestants as well as local in the room. Kelly has her hand up. Or is that Steve? I think that's Kelly. That's Kelly, right?
We're both together, sitting next to each other here.
Oh,
in our
God,
basalt
okay.
conference room. After having a great morning meeting with the Basalt Chamber. So I just want to understand this size and ticketing thing a little bit more. You know, in my brain, the scope of X Games is always in the tens of 20s of 50,000 people over the weekend. And so I just want to understand what the company is thinking about by having an 8,000 person ticket max. Is it pivoting towards a mainly televised experience for people? You know, the feedback that I received last year was that nobody went. You know, none of my cohort and neighbors who live right across the street that ordinarily would trot over to watch a little bit of X Games elected not to. And so I just want to understand that a little bit better. And then I also am just curious from SkiCo's perspective, you know, everything we read is about sort of the aging population in skiing and the inability to sort of recruit younger skiers to maintain the industry, frankly. So this is an attraction for many of the younger population of skiers and snowboarders. So what is the angle on making it less accessible?
I'll kick that off. Kelly, nice to see you again.
Thank you.
I'll kick that off with the reasoning behind the 5,000 capacity within the ticketed area. The guest experience on site is one that, as X Games, we value that tremendously. We have a capacity to be able to have 5,000 people in that front section of the viewing corral for the base of slopestyle, big air, and knuckle huck, to be able to see up close. And so the goal is to ensure that 5,000 people are able to get that really prime experience. And so that's why when you look at the capacity and how many tickets we're going to be selling, that's why we've narrowed it to the 5,000, because that is, from a capacity standpoint, that's how many we are able to have.
Oh, I heard 8,000.
Yeah.
8,000 is all in with credentials and athletes, and I'm trying to think who else would be included.
Staff.
Staff, yeah, exactly.
Oh, so there are 3,000 athletes credentialed and staff.
When you look at the number of staff we have, the vendors, the sponsors, yes.
Kelly, I think had another question. Did you have another, or there were more answers coming, right? She asked 3 questions. Are you satisfied, or was there something you wanted?
Well, and I guess, so the assumption I'm concluding is that this is more of a televised experience, is the emphasis here. And then I'm just curious from SKICO's perspective on this event with, being inaccessible to the population of folks that we frankly need to build to retain the ski industry.
SKICO is still very much, promoting and feeding the pipeline of youth skiers and riders. And by X Games offering the 50% off discounted ticket and working with the schools, I think is a good, is a good partnership with promoting that with the kids. So I still feel like we'll still get the kids to the event and, continue that program.
Yeah, and I would say, we're not just putting on a TV event. By having limitations on our capacity, there's a lot of other things that it does help. It helps us with, from a safety perspective, in case of an incident that might happen. It helps us be able to predict how many buses and transportation. So there's other factors, but it really does provide 5,000 people with the best experience possible, instead of having 20,000 people and only some of them being able to even catch a glimpse of the competitions.
Got it.
And we are also working with Share Winter. I don't know if you know who they are, but they do bring young kids, introduce them to winter sports, and out into the snow as well. So we'll be working with them on some cool partnership integrations as well.
CHER Winter?
SHARE, Share
Oh,
Winter.
Share Winter. I was
Yes.
thinking deer, okay, sorry. How French of me. Okay, Steve has a question,
But we can't hear
but
him.
you're muted.
Well,
Sorry, start over. I have to
Go ahead.
unmute when you.
Take 2.
how many local people do you anticipate will be part of the 5,000? I hope that there's a bunch of them. It really is an awesome experience to be, for instance, right up there by the half pipe and be able to see the athletes up really closely doing the things that they do. So I hope that there are a lot of local people who can take advantage of this. But do you have any predictions on like what percentage will come from elsewhere and what percentage will be local?
Do you have the stats from last year?
I'd have to, let me get back to you if you don't mind on that. I don't want to miscalculate what that would be, but we do have some information that shows at least the billing addresses of people who purchased the tickets last year, which, as we all know, might not be representative of how many people locally came, but we can get you that number.
Thanks.
Okay, and you don't have any restriction on the number of local people, right? Besides the 5,000? Potentially, it could be all 5,000 taken by local people?
It could be, yeah.
Great, thanks. Francie?
So let me just understand about, so if you have a pass for Buttermilk, you can get on a lift at the base or on West Buttermilk or Tyhack or,
All three.
you can get on at the base, really? Okay, and then you can ski down to the event,
If you have a ski pass.
yeah.
Yes.
And that's been this, that
But not
way
a day
forever.
pass, a season pass or a day pass as well?
A ski pass.
Yeah, any pass.
Any pass, day pass?
But you can't
Not
get
an X
into
Games
the
pass,
event,
though.
you can ski
Right,
down to
but
the
you
event,
can-
but
Oh, no,
not
you
be
can
near
get
it.
into the event as well. You can get into Buttermilk if you have a day
day
pass,
pass.
a ski pass, yes.
And you can view the slope style course, all along the ski run if you're
Yeah.
if you're on skis. So that hasn't changed. That's still the same.
So kids with student passes can get on the lift and go to the event
Yes. Or they can show up at Buttermilk with their ski pass if they're skiing.
and get in.
And get in, yes. But if they're skiing, for sure. And that's, we're open for X-Fest, and X-Fest will be open during mountain hours as well.
Just to clarify, though, there's a GA ticket that is X Games specific that gets you into the venue for up close viewing, and then your normal ski pass you can use as you normally would to go skiing, but that doesn't get you into the
Correct.
venue.
Thank you
Does
for
it help?
clarifying.
what I
Do you
was
want the,
asking.
do you want the site plan up and maybe?
But you can fly over it on the
Sure.
chairlift.
Show-
And ski down
But-
and watch.
And so, I think you'll get a lot of kids who do that. It's like,
Yeah, for
I'm sure
sure.
that's what my grandchildren would do. So then, is it televised still on ESPN or does somebody else carry it?
Yes,
ESPN
ESPN and ABC.
and ABC?
Yes.
And they're still gonna carry it, even though they sold it? Okay.
Yes.
They're just contract, okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
They're a minority owner of X Games still.
Hope that wasn't confidential anymore.
any event, all more confidential, so.
I'll get an email, I'm sure.
Yes, like, hello?
I think you can read the tiny details.
Well, that's really pretty, but
So
Kinda
can
like
I, Greg,
abstract
just
art.
to
Go ahead.
clarify? So Francie, your question then, which I thought, yeah, you can ski by the venue or ride over the venue.
Correct.
But you can't get into the venue.
Into
So the
gate-
venue
the
being
gated venue.
the pink area.
Because the venue gated area
it's at the
is
bottom. But
and only for those 5,000
The base they
people
have
that bought a ticket.
Correct.
Got it.
yeah,
Be up close and personal with the action.
Yeah. But if you look
with
like
only
along
5,000
slope
other
style,
people.
Your best friends.
But you can see, you can be near the, you're just not right next to the half pipe or anything, but
correct. But you can be right next to slope style and watch a lot of the slope style competition from.
As you're skiing down.
Yeah.
and you don't have snowmobile events anymore?
We do not know.
Nothing with motors.
Okay, thank you, Valerie.
You're welcome.
Patty?
Yeah, just click, quick clarification, because on the packet, which I've highlighted in pretty blue, it does say Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but it's really Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Correct.
And why did we switch to Thursday?
X Games is one of the winter sports, or is known for being under the lights. And making that shift allows us to differentiate us from other winter action sports events who are not under the lights. So that is something that is iconic to us. And so now Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night, we will be able to be under the lights and showcase our athletes that way.
What
And-
time did it used to end on Sunday? I thought the lights were still on Sundays.
No, Sunday we would end sometimes at 4 or 5.
Yeah.
It kind of depended, yeah. It was early.
Okay, because just because of traffic flow, there's a lot more traffic on Thursday, Fridays than Saturday, Sundays. So just something to keep in mind, because you're going to have more commuters wanting to park at or at the Intercept lot, the park and ride. So we want to make sure that our commuters who do the right thing and park at the park and ride the bus in are not greatly impacted by this to get to work and from work.
The nice thing on Thursday, it doesn't start until 5 p.m.
Yeah, it's
so-
later.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's reverse traffic,
Yep.
Yeah, unless you're coming from my
unless you're
house.
coming from Aspen.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to ask a couple questions. Let me just check my list here. I assume there will not be a funding request from the county this year because you're charging for tickets now, right? So are you intending to come to the county to ask for subsidy for anything? Have we subsidized it in the past with, whether it's security and transportation?
In
Is
kind.
RAFTA subsidizing this? I would just like to know.
RAFTA doesn't itself, but
No.
we're in talks with RAFTA, but nothing has.
So we provide subsidies through the EOTC for transportation, and that's in the county's budget. And then there's
For X Games is in our budget, or for
Correct.
just EOTC? Right, so we are.
So EOTC is actually the county's use tax. So the board appropriates those funds with agreement from the other entities. I believe, I need to get those numbers. I think it's 150,000.
It's 150,000, we didn't use it. There was one year we didn't use it or something.
I think it might have
Is
been
it
COVID
still in the
years.
budget for this coming
Here
year?
there was no spectators, so 21.
Yeah, and then we provide in-kind support through our public safety entities. In a for-profit special event, those services would typically be billed. In the past, we have provided those services as part of the community contribution to an event that was both providing exposure to the area on an international basis and also is free to the community. So,
And it promotes growth, which we're all in favor of, right?
well, that was not one of the reasons given for the subsidy originally, but it was really centered on both supporting it as a community event and the exposure for future generations. The rest of it you'll have to extrapolate, though.
Oh, Greg, can I?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
We have to
I
remember
more.
when the people come here to visit for X Games, they don't move here. They're coming here to experience the event. But we're being reminded.
Unless you happen to fall in love with somebody who lives here.
Oh, yeah. All right, she's guilty.
Check.
Guilty as charged. Good thing your husband works for the Attorney General.
Not meant as criticism.
We're teasing you. You can tease her. But I am concerned about subsidizing a for-profit. But I want to say, at the same time, I really appreciate the reduction in numbers. I don't know, the numbers I never got to see from last year. How many guesstimated numbers were in attendance last year? Because I came by on Saturday night and it was so quiet.
Joey sent this to me earlier, but Friday they had 3,000, Saturday about 4,400, and then Sunday 2,500.
And that was the paid tickets.
Yeah.
It was paid
last year.
tickets.
Yeah, that was paid
But
tickets.
we don't know what the freebie admission was, guesstimated numbers,
I can get that over to you.
Yeah,
I
I'd
believe
like
it was
to know.
55,000 is what,
over the 3 days.
over the 3 days, and that included the free, free plus the scans and skiers. Yeah,
Whole
I'm
gamut.
pretty sure 55, but I can triple check those numbers.
I would
and-
like to see,
Okay.
yeah, thanks.
Can you also just, I heard that the free seats last year, you couldn't see anything. People were pretty upset, and I appreciate you've modified it, probably in response to that. Is that correct? Is that
Yeah.
to some extent?
Yes, to some extent, yes. That's
Right.
exactly it.
And I appreciate the reduction in the crowd size also. I came to today thinking, it just has felt like the X Games has run its course, because I was there the first year working for it, actually, working for ESPN. And it just seemed like, okay, this seems pretty tired. And so maybe with the sale and the way you're rejiggering it could perhaps reinvigorate the good stuff and cast off the stuff that didn't work or something. I understand you're trying to, make it work. I also heard from people who, when they knew this was coming, were saying, it seems like, is it really safe? Well, can I let my kids go into the front of the mosh pit, and are they not going to get crushed by people during I don't know if DJs cause that sort of fervor, but it's like, is there security-wise on-site, not necessarily on the highway or, alcohol security, but just people looking out for the kids who might get trampled? I worry about that when you get such a mob in a small space.
There are many security guards on the inside as well as the outside. I feel like it's very secure, especially with the ticketed area. I think that helps keep the riffraff out probably.
And I'll also, on top of what you're saying, when we calculate out the 5,000, that's looking at giving people plenty of space. What's interesting is when you see the crowds as they kind of squish together at the base of either the super pipe or the slope style corral, it will look empty because no one's standing behind them, everyone's squished together. But we won't keep selling just because
To
there's
fill
more
up the
room.
corral.
Yeah.
Right.
So yes, to answer your question, there will be. It is safe for kids to be there.
Great, thank you. The other one was, how do we translate? Because I keep hearing, I remember I was working for ESPN. I was traveling in Indonesia on a shoot, and I looked up on the TV in the Jakarta airport, and there were the X Games, and I thought, wow, that's great. How many people from Jakarta are going to go to become skiers? It's like
5,000, I think.
maybe all we need is 5,000. And it made me realize, it's a global thing. It kind of gives us some brand connection and identity. But how does this translate into skiers, which of course appeals to Aspen and the skiing company? What are you doing to, and you've kind of hinted at it here, what are you doing to translate those X Games fans from the circus into skiers or snowboarders, winter sports people? Isn't that part of the strategy?
It is part of the strategy. We work with Aspen Skiing Company to have exposure for them and the market. There's a certain amount of exposure that they get as part of being our partner, and that's in all of our broadcasts. That's also, talking about X Games Aspen. You have the value of the word being, the name of the city being tied to the event as well. So no matter where we are talking about X Games, we don't just say Winter X Games, it's X Games Aspen. So that value is something we can get to you what the overall exposure is for what X Games has, or X Games Aspen has brought to the table. We can share that with you because I think that will at least show the value of the brand and what it brings for Aspen. But now translating that to encouraging people to come to Aspen and ski, that's.
And also, we do a survey program. I mean, maybe that's something that we can add to the survey of, did you watch X Games and come to Aspen, and try to find out what those, and it's possible they already have that. I'm happy to look into it for sure.
Do you have an incentive or marketing program to that crowd to get them, a discounted lesson, introduction to ski? It's pretty hard. It's, as we know, it's hard. The entry, where do you get the gear, and how do you even stand up? And I'm just wondering if that's something you're trying to do. If the goal is to try to create new skiers.
Right. No, it's definitely something we can look into, and I can check with our marketing team on what they're planning.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Francie.
What were the costs to the sheriff's department last year for, and other law enforcement that might have been involved?
We'll probably have to come back to you with those numbers. We don't have those.
We're just
today.
assuming that we're going to continue doing that in kind, but we don't know what that is.
Yeah, so two kind of issues here. You have the permit, which is kind of a separate issue from the subsidy. So those decisions can be made separately. We can bring back that information, though, because the permit is really independent of if and how you support the event. And so that's more about meeting the requirements of the permit and what the board wants. The subsidy is a separate question. So I know we've calculated that number in the past. We just need to pull it up. And it tends, Alex, is it inclusive not just of our staff's time, but staffs that are providing in-kind support? So that's typically the number that we have.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and that includes the ambulance district?
Yeah,
Is that a
ambulance,
separate budget? We
other
need that
law
number, too,
enforcement.
If we do in kind for that, so we get the.
It's separate. The ambulance is
Do
separate.
you mind, Alex, if I come into the table?
And what about Colorado Highway Patrol?
That's also separate.
I'm going to bring an expert to the table here.
Alex
Talking
Burchett,
about you?
Yep.
I don't know. No one's ever called me that before, so I'm not really sure.
You're welcome, Alex. Yeah.
I'm not gonna ask you to sing, so.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
would be
So
great.
Aspen Ambulance and the Colorado State Patrol are independent contracts that are done through SKICO or X Games directly. But yeah, I can, as John said, I can bring the numbers back to the board at another opportunity to about what it cost us in staff time,
Okay,
and would be
that'd be great.
inclusive of law enforcement. So, like, we have partners from the National Guard that come and assist us, and other partners that don't charge us. They view it as a training opportunity, so it wouldn't include those costs, but just law enforcement.
Interesting.
Law enforcement loves those training opportunities.
We do.
We
Everyone
do.
does.
I know. You're an enthusiast. I know you are.
Yeah.
Right. You have another question?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I was.
You do too,
no,
okay.
Just to follow up, so just the State Patrol and whoever else you have contracts with, is that in kind also, or do they pay?
No, we pay.
They pay.
Yep.
What they pay.
Okay, thank you.
and City of Aspen, I think last night, I didn't watch their meeting, darn. I think is about 140,000.
Cost the
They
city
pay out
that?
of their marketing.
And Snowmass is providing some marketing dollars also.
I think that'd be interesting to see what everybody's pitching in. Kind of even out the keel there. And I do have two questions separate, but I think you should hear them.
Sure.
If you don't mind. There's the contingent parking. It says this location will be utilized if needed for truck parking, emergency overflow parking, or an impound lot for vehicles that have been towed. Do you have any idea where that might be?
It's the east side dirt lot of the Brush Creek Park
Northeast
and Ride.
side, north end.
Oh, back in that
Oh.
corner.
Far end.
This side.
Oh, this side.
Yeah.
This side.
This side, right, okay. Up
Okay.
south,
Okay.
right.
Just
southeast
wanted to
side.
see what we're thinking. And I am a real advocate for pedestrian safety on Highway 82. And it says deter, it's gonna deter them from walking down the high. I want them to not be able to do it, stronger word than deter. I don't know what we can do
We do.
to prevent people.
So to address that, specifically the law enforcement officers that are out there working the event, that's actually their primary focus, specifically during ingress and egress, which is our highest times, obviously. We spend an amazing amount of time on the highway contacting pedestrians, even if they're walking 10 feet off the road in the snow as they walk down, down the highway to the
Right.
intercept lot. We even will pick them up and just say, hey, get in the car, we'll take you to where you're going, because we don't want them walking. Oftentimes they're dressed in, ski gear, which is typically dark colors and black and stuff. And in the middle of the night, it's very difficult to see them. So we do a lot of work to get people off the highway. State Patrol does a fantastic job as well.
They do a good job at
As
that
they're
intersection.
crossing there at Owl Creek, they'll just remind people, use the bus, please use the bus, don't walk, So,
That's the majority of what they're brought in
Because
for.
I noticed a big emphasis on alternative modes of transportation to this event this year, which I appreciate. But, so Greg, if we get that bike path in front of the Inn at Aspen, maybe
Make a
it'll be
difference.
safer next year.
We'll subsidize
We're
that.
still working on that path.
Talk
We're
to
trying to
Tim.
put
I should get back with
a
him
bike
about that.
connection
We
or
start the
pedestrian
conversation.
connection
We should
from
finish that.
the bus stop in front of the Inn at Aspen to the underpass at Maroon Creek
Nice.
golf course.
Good idea.
So people
Yeah,
can
it'd
stay
be
off
nice
the
to have
highway.
that.
But we're working on that.
Francie,
Yeah, Valerie, would you clarify the numbers for me again? I'm so confused because I think you said 55,000 last year overall. Well, so there'll be the 5,000 people at the base and nobody else?
There will be 5,000 people within the ticketed area.
But other people will come and watch, they just won't have admission into that?
Correct. Like if you go into the X Fest during the day, that is still going to be free. So that will, we will still have people in that space. That 5,000 does not include credentials or staff, sponsors, vendors. It doesn't include athletes. And when we looked at the 55,000 last year, keep in mind that that includes the number of scans as well, of people, if they left for the
Oh,
day
and
and then
come
came back. So,
Okay, so if you come and you want to watch from a distance because you don't have $50 or $25 for locals, whatever it turns out to be, can you get to the vendors or are they inside the enclosed? You can go to the vendors?
yes.
Oh,
That's the fest. That's the X Games Fest.
Yes.
so just so we understand, what's your projected total for this year
Well, we're saying 8,000 at any given time.
per day? But then
Per
over
day
but
on
the
the on-site.
55,000 was over the week, the entire, it's over 4 days. So this
Yeah.
is, we're talking
3 days.
32,000 is what you're thinking now? Or what are the numbers, what are anticipated? Are there people we're not measuring that are going to show up?
Potentially, yes. Potentially people might show up to just X Fest and be able to look up slope style from X Fest area.
You've got big monitors or something so they can actually see it? So they could actually attend the event, and be at the party, watch it on the monitor, but not have to pay?
During the day, yes.
During the day, but not at night?
Correct.
Okay, so it'd be nice to really get an idea, how many people, like real heartbeats, do you expect to have out there over the course of the 4 days? And
Let us look at, let me get back to you with
Okay.
what we think that number will be. Because we obviously want to, we know we have a limitation of 8,000 at any given time on the venue. And trying to predict how many people will be in X Fest, we can look
many
at our
show
numbers
up?
from last year. We can get you
But they
something.
still count.
They
count.
do still count, yes.
So, and there's no a maximum of X amount, 8,000. So if you've got 5,000 in the ticketed area and you've got 3,000 in staff, vendors, et cetera, that means if I show up there without a ticket, I can't get in because we're already at the max?
You will still be able to get in because what we're not including in that 8,000 is if you look at the Inn at Aspen and where all of the offices are, where our staff is, if you look at the TV compound or if you look at where the logistics area is or on the competition courses, like we aren't accounting for people in those areas as well. So
But if your max for, say, spectators is 5,000 ticketed, so we could have another 5,000 that show up without a ticket.
Right. That's the thing that we don't seem to have an
During the
idea.
day,
during the day.
but
yeah.
not at night.
So what happens at night? Why wouldn't there be
You
that
have,
many?
everybody has to have a ticket.
Yeah,
Yes.
there'll
But you
be
can't enter it all once the ski area is
Correct.
closed for
Correct.
skiing.
tickets will be checked before you enter the plaza area at Buttermilk at night,
Okay.
and that's how we'll control the capacity.
So that's night capacity. Okay, interesting. I
So
didn't-
let me look, I'll get back to our live events team with X Games and have them calculate if you're looking at the base for where X Fest is and you're looking at where our ticketed area is. Let me get what that max capacity would be so that obviously safety is, they're in the know on what that capacity is and we're all okay
And
with
may
that.
as well
numbers.
include all of Buttermilk.
Do you
Right.
clear it all out at 5 and reload people, or are the same people staying?
If you have, well, no, if you have a ticket, then you stay, yes.
But the other areas
You're
cleaned
going to go amongst all these 5,000 people and check their tickets for people who skied down and stuff? I mean,
If they're inside the ticketed
means they have
venue,
a
they
ticket.
have a ticket, so they won't need to be checked. But everyone outside of the ticketed
Has to go away.
they'll have to get swept out.
So if
That's your job, I
a carload of
Security's
kids
job.
from Montrose come up
Clarify
and
that.
try to figure out how to get in for free, they'll be interdicted at night, but they can get in during the day.
See, my concern is the parking. If you
Well, yeah, there's
have
parking,
X
yeah.
amount of people who don't have to have a ticket even during the day, are we gonna be overloading the parking capacity at the intercept lot, First Creek? That's a concern because, you know, people use that and we'll also have people commuting during that time frame that are parked there. So just a heads up that we may.
But I think Down Valley people mostly ride the bus. I mean, the buses are packed during X game.
Well, I know,
from
but
down
one of the things is, are we subsidizing, well, you're working on an agreement with RAFTA right now, I guess. That hasn't come to fruition yet, so.
Let me ask Kelly I think Kelly's been
Thanks,
patient.
Greg.
That's okay. This is a perfect time for this question. I was curious how this will affect the shuttles that connect through Buttermilk to the other ski areas. So right now, you know, last year you go to Buttermilk, you could wait there, get picked up on a Highland shuttle and go over to Highlands. Is that going to change at all for this weekend?
No, that'll still be the same. We'll still offer the skier shuttles, as we have in the past.
I think there's a loop in your graphics of your space use.
I wanted to ask if we could, I know we're running out of time. People are probably going to be hungry, but so I get the impression that part of the business model for ski company now is to rent this venue. We've seen X Games is doing it. There's a application to do a big concert series out there. Then we've been discussing that and getting a lot of feedback from the community on that. And I'm just, what does ski company think is the right number of people here? And I want to, let me add some context for the question because
16,000.
last December, I know ACRA, the membership marketing organization for Aspen, came in and presented their Aspen destination marketing management plan. And the priorities are 3 pillars: addressing visitor pressure enhancing the Aspen experience, preserving small-town character. Focused on enhancing the visitor experience, but also preserving what makes Aspen unique. And this is becoming a conversation because we're seeing these big events. And X Games has been here for 24 years. And I'm gratified to see that it's not getting bigger. At least I don't think it is, but you haven't really given us the numbers yet. So I don't know, if you break it down, I don't understand it yet. I'm worried about the summer events, but I'm just thinking, are we going to expect Buttermilk to turn into a venue that attracts thousands and thousands of people on a regular basis? And what is the thinking at Ski Company? Maybe you're not ready to answer that, but I'd really love to hear. What does John Rigney plan to do, and what does Dave Tanner plan to do with, you're looking for ways to make money for Ski-Co, but, what does this mean for us as a community?
Those are good questions, for sure. I'm
Yeah.
happy to have John circle back with you
Yeah,
and
okay.
talk to you about that.
I know he was trying to reach me over the
Yeah,
weekend.
he definitely was, yeah.
Yeah.
Clarification on the acronym, it's a management plan. They have shift from marketing to management.
Doesn't seem to be working.
Well, it's still new, but it is trying to preserve the shoulder seasons, and it's very specific in the plan that just so that we have some peace and quiet for the old day shoulder seasons, the old school shoulder seasons. So to try and spread out the uses through the summers and winters across the summer and winter seasons.
Got it. Well, that would be great to get a presentation
So
from
they're looking,
from
they're
Debbie or Eliza for us.
Yeah, that's a really good idea because it's been touted across not only the region and the state, but the country as a first step. And with all these, everybody's getting swamped with marketing management issues of sorts, with too many people being at the same time in the same place. So this is a kind of a template for others to use. So we should do that, John, see if we can't get Akron and have Liza give us a little presentation.
That would be
January,
great.
maybe.
That's a great idea.
And then Alex, since you're here,
Yeah.
you guys have to deal with the traffic on Highway 82 and the congestion in town, and I think it's crazy. Like I don't know anybody who likes the congestion on the highway, so I'm concerned when we get huge, events that are certainly going to be bringing many carloads of people
Sure.
into the Upper Valley, whether they make it to the Intercept lot or some point between, park in my neighborhood or somebody else's. It's like this is bringing a lot of people in pulses, like dense pulses of concentrations. And what's the law enforcement perspective? You guys are just going to handle whatever comes at you, but
They're gonna have
Exactly.
like deputies.
They do it every day, 24 hours a day.
well, right,
so-
yeah. So it sounds like you're really pretty. I get the impression you guys. Gabe was in here the other day. Gung ho about more, and I'm trying to figure that out because
This is my 18th year working with the X Games event, 16th in law enforcement. We've developed an amazing relationship with the X Games team and with Aspen Skiing Company to really figure out how best to manage this. Without going too far into kind of operational details of how we address the security issues with the event, we do focus. The past few years have shifted our focus to having highly visible enforcement on the roads so that we're making more of an impact on vehicular and pedestrian safety along Highway 82 and ensuring that people know that they are coming to the event, that it is a safe event by just seeing the sheer number of law enforcement out there. We have significantly increased our traffic contacts during the event so that we can have those positive contacts with the people that are coming to the event, let them know we're here. And we continue to work with our partners in State Patrol and other organizations to ensure that we're trying to make a dent in just the things you're talking about, that influx of people.
the nice thing is that you've got a long track record.
We do.
It's really nice that we live in a community where when people see a lot of law enforcement, they think that means safety.
It's a good
That's
thing.
not true in
It's a
every
good thing.
community.
Yeah.
Well, growing up here, I'd run away when I saw the cops, but that was just because I was doing something,
We're still looking for you.
We were just talking about that earlier about my son who was never good at being bad.
We,
So he didn't like to run.
We've always viewed the X Games as an opportunity to interact with our community and visitors to the community in a positive way. It's one of the core tenets of community policing, and it's an opportunity for us to do it outside of how we usually do it throughout the year.
Well, you do it really well.
Can I just ask,
Go ahead.
IMT, Emergency Management Team, are we setting up a center again at
Mountain Rescue.
Mount Rescue?
We are. So
That's a great thing to
Yep.
see.
So we've used the Picken County Incident Management Team and pieces of the Northwest Incident Management Team to help manage the public safety resources for the event and other events. Historically, we've done it at Mountain Rescue. We're actually taking this opportunity this year to probably change that model a little bit, just to test our ability to be flexible and not operate in the luxury of Mountain Rescue, so to speak.
Where are we gonna take it?
I don't know. We're not exactly sure.
Parking lot.
yet. We'll still have the team. We'll still have the overhead structures stood up, and obviously the planning throughout the
Can we
development
do a
of the
tour
event.
like we had?
Absolutely, happy to.
So actually, the amount of time and expense incurred is over a long period of time.
It
It's
is.
not just for 3 days.
Correct. It's not as long as it used to be. We used to
That's
start
good.
planning in September and October years ago, and now we've kind of shortened that up. We've been a little more efficient in how we're doing.
It is
dealing with
September
things.
and October.
But we haven't started planning yet. We'll probably start really engaging.
In other words, they've learned from the previous 100 years of doing this event.
Exactly.
Right.
Did you tour the site, the IMT, at
What?
the incident management team site at the Mountain
Mountain
Rescue?
Rescue.
It's really worth
Worth going
doing.
to see.
All right.
Yeah,
And
we'll
one
make
of
sure
the
that
benefits
invitation
of
goes out.
that is that they get to know each other, so that if they really do have a major emergency response need, there's a lot of familiarity with faces to names and names to faces, so.
I just want to ask Stephen Kelly, anything else? I think we're going to wrap this up. Sam and Suzanne, what do you need from us? After we've just given run the gauntlet
in the
here.
corner behind you guys, behind Patty's head.
What's that?
There's a bear running in the
Is there a
window
bear in the
behind
back?
Patty's head.
That's,
Oh, yeah, there it goes.
A live bear?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Going past the library.
Oh, I
pretty
should be able to see it.
Okay, we don't have that.
All
invented.
right, well,
I'm
we're
just saying
distracted.
right now.
If anybody brought like bubbles, that would do have the same effect.
Yeah, you've lost your board. We could ship some down to you if you want.
So what's
Crazy,
next?
It really was there.
So Greg, it's really just getting any direction from this board on next steps for staff. It's an administrative approval. I think from staff's perspective at this point,
I think we're all good in
Yeah.
terms of,
and so
moving
it's really
forward
if
and
there's
working
any,
through the details of the permit.
yeah.
Right, and then whether we fund it or not is another question that comes another time. I just lost me. Oh, so really the only thing that I think we've summarized here is that it'd be really nice to know what the real number of people attending the event is, regardless if they bought a ticket or they're,
Yeah, that's it.
how many people do you think are going to
Illegally
be
in the
there?
right
How does
way.
it compare to previous years? And it'd be really nice to understand that, because honestly, that's the important thing. It's, warm bodies and taking care of them.
Yep, we will get you those.
Regardless if they bought a ticket or not.
For sure.
I think that's it. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
Can't
and
believe you saw
say
that
hi to
bear.
Ron.
I will.
We think well of him.
Still out there?
Remember him well. What's he doing now?
He works for the Attorney General.
And where?
He is the
Assistant
Deputy Director of Post, so police training for all of Colorado. He is the Deputy Director.
Oh, wow.
He
overseeing.
certifies all the peace officers.
Okay, fantastic. What
So
a
he moved
great
into a new
place.
position sometime.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I gotta come visit more often.
You too.
Thanks, Joey. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank
guys.
you all
Thank
very
you. Good to
much.
see you
Thank
guys.
you.
Nice to see you.
Is that still with the AG's office?
Thank you.
When are
Bill
we
Weiss
going to
is
get to
the
hear you
best
sing?
Thank you for asking for me.
In the shower?
There's always time for you can make a comeback, Alex.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
Thank you
Give
for
him a
coming
hug.
in.
Denver, not
Give-
just Patty. Let us know if you're ever in Denver.
Thank you,
Thank
Valerie.
you. Take care.
I usually try and get a hold of them and have dinner or something.
Okay, I think it's time for lunch. We have a lunch break scheduled at 9 minutes ago. We'll be back at 1 o'clock to talk about the short-term rental licensing program, the library electrification, HHS electrification, and other exciting topics,
You guys in
intersections.
Basalt, you should go to Jalisco. It's so good.
Oh, good tip.
Oh, I like
Are you guys coming back
Right,
by, coming
Yeah,
back at
lots
1?
of
Is that the idea? Will you be here in the room? It's up to you, but
No, I'm staying in Basalt.
you're staying, all right.
We won't be up there.
Okay, all right, we'll see you online. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Andorra, we're off. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's 1:01, and this is a work session for the commissioners. Everybody's here. Two of us are online.
Is Kelly online?
Kelly was online earlier. I think she's coming back on.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, there she is. So up next, Pitkin County Short-Term Rental Licensing Program Review and Code Amendments. Jeanette's here, and Nicole's here. Hi.
Oh.
So, take it away.
Jeanette Musio, short-term rental license administrator. So the review today, we're really looking for clarity on what types of code amendments commissioners would like to see. Our list is from our own experience working for the program now. This is our third year, and what we have learned from the program, the community, and the BoCC. This is a overall view of all the STR licenses, a map showing the area. This is the program by numbers.
Can you go back to the
You're
map?
going
The
to
map?
see that there is definitely. Oh, yep. Okay.
We want to look at your map for a
Of
sec.
course. Most of them are distributed across the county with concentrations along State Highway 82 and 133 corridors.
You got those outliers out there in
Right, yeah.
in
Interesting.
Thomasville, huh? Interesting. Thank you.
County. This is the program by numbers, and you'll see that there is overall 2024 numbers are collected through the end of August. Since the program started in September, we get the bulk of the renewals in October. So that's why those numbers for 2024 seem really off, because it's probably those came in the end of the year. We're still on target to be similar to what we were last year as far as the numbers. And then you'll see in the total number of code-related that's not available for 2022 or 2023 because we just started to do our code enforcement, sending out compliance letters. We started that at the end of August.
So,
What does that mean exactly, code enforcement cases?
So we get the information from our third-party software monitoring Rentalscape, and if we, or neighbor complaints, if we see that that advertisements do not have a license or they're in violation of the maximum minimum amount of days or even occupancy, then we send a compliance letter. First letter is, hey, we see that you're advertising a short-term rental. And there are also a code, a dashboard for each property that shows the number of bookings. So we reference those dates. We see your property was booked XY, these dates. Please come into compliance. You have 30 days from this letter.
So I get that, and then the others are from neighbors' complaints about things. Okay.
Yeah, and usually it's noise or something like that, but yes.
Okay.
So the discussion items this afternoon are going to be minimum and maximum night stays, application requirements and process, the fees, the program fees, public noticing, and then the program enforcement.
could we just ask you a question about the maximum, or the actual number of licenses that are live? Was that 80?
Licenses that are what?
81?
81.
81? Issued licenses, that means that's the total throughout the county. So that's not what per year, it's not like, it's an annual renewal, right?
It's annual, and again, that's on a rolling basis. We accept applications year-round. We had discussed at one point maybe making that, January 1, that's when renewal, but right now we accept applications on a rolling basis.
And they have to reapply every year.
Yes.
Have you an idea of what the city STR landscape looks like?
It's as far as the numbers.
Numbers and,
Yeah, I've talked to Emmy, and they're down as well. I think it's pretty much of a national,
Right.
average. That
Tapering off,
overall
right.
STRs are down.
okay, great.
But they have,
I don't have a percentage though for you.
they have hundreds, right, in the city?
Excuse me.
They have hundreds in the city, right?
Oh yeah. Much larger program.
Yeah.
Okay. In talking about the minimum and maximum nights, So our code has a 4-night minimum with 120 nights maximum. We did last year make loosen the restrictions for village commercial to 2-night minimum, 180 nights maximum. And so I guess the question is, do we want to loosen that restrictions for the rest of the county? Do we want to go with a shorter minimum night stay, longer period to match Redstone? I've heard a lot of public comments saying that, if it's for one part of the county, it should be for the same.
There were public comments about that, you said?
Mm-hmm.
And village commercial applies to Redstone only right
Correct.
now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we decided.
Steve had his hand up for a sec. Steve, is there a question?
Can you
He did. It was up, but it's gone now. Maybe not. Chime in if you need. Oh, now his hand's up. Okay, I see it.
But he's got to come off.
Oh, now can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I can hear you.
Okay, I can't see my picture on the screen. I don't know why, so.
Can't either.
I was wondering what the minimum night stay for those in the city of Aspen are. It would be nice if we could have the same rules, general rules as them. I think would make it simpler for the public to not be confused.
It's a consideration, and we can look at it. I think one of the differences is that the city's already set up for resort lodging. A lot of unincorporated Pickens County is not. And it's, you're going to expect turnover in the city, but maybe not so much in neighborhoods like we heard last week. But that's the reasoning behind not matching with the city. But it could be a consideration.
Do they have a maximum number of nights during the year that they're restricted to, like we do?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And sorry, we didn't start out, Nicole Rebeck's out with community development.
That's
We
right.
didn't start out, what we'd like to do, because there's a lot to get through.
Just take it away,
If we can flip through what all the data is and what the staff recommendations are, and then circle back and think about the program holistically, that would be great.
With the questions you want us to
Yeah,
talk about.
and we
Thank you.
did
So we're going to let
provide
you
you the
just
list of questions.
run
So
for it.
We'd like
Yeah.
to kind of blaze through, and then, have a lot of time for immediate discussion.
Okay, fine. We won't interrupt.
Okay, so then the part 2 is the next step is application requirements and process.
Okay, I think I was gonna take this one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so the, a brief overview of what the short-term rental licensing approval process is. What we did was divide it into 4 steps and think about different opportunities for improvements for each one. One, in terms of the application and reapplication, the code doesn't allow a person to reapply more than 30 days before their current license is going to expire. We think it'd be great if they could come in a little bit earlier. In terms of the completeness step, we'll get to this, but currently the program's set up to take applicant representations of compliance as opposed to staff confirming a lot of compliance that's written in Title VI. So lots to discuss there with the board if we want to switch it to this, just the staff being more rigorous about the compliance. And then we're going to get into noticing and the violations later in the presentation. So last week during the 2 appeals you heard and the 1 application at 100 River Rock you heard, Greg, one of your questions was, what are the application requirements and what is the criteria of approval? So what I did was take out all the application requirements that's under license requirements under the left column, and then if we wanted to be really rigorous about confirming all these different layers, we have a proposed approach to verify compliance in the right-hand column. Some of this we are already checking. Other things we're not as rigorous about. For example, the parking plan is one that we don't typically check. And then this next slide, I definitely don't want to spend time reading this, but in the code, this is the criteria of approval. It's talking about being compliant with code, making sure there's the life safety stuff with the smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. The one thing on this list that's pretty subjective is the degree that the rental operation may negatively impact or is detrimental to the character of the community and neighborhood of the property, which we spent a lot of time discussing last week. So in terms of eligibility period, one of the requirements that we do check with the licenses is that the owner of that particular property or that property has short-term rental history and evidence between 2017 and 2022. That was written in the code. And as you know, that prevented 2 folks from getting licenses that you heard in the appeals last week. We're recommending for this that when we're thinking about changing this, 2 things. Changes to the STR program are going to be wrapped into the Vision 2050 process, which we are currently in the middle of. And then the other thing is we have not completed an STR impact fee study, which has been budgeted for 3 years. So that impact fee could be a tool to put in place before we open up the gates for more leniency with the program. Next is the license process and application requirements. We sort of hinted on this earlier when we were looking at the list of application requirements. Do we want to transition away from the applicant representation to the staff review for compliance with the code? And then in terms of the licensing period, we found our current program is for a 1-year period. State statute does allow for a 2-year period. So one thing to consider is if a 2-year licensing period would be amenable to the board. We'd sort of think it would fit good for folks who have been in the licensing program already with no complaints on their property. So something to think about there. And then we're going to get into fee structures, which Jeanette's going to take over.
Okay, so we're going to go over the structure and then the impact study and potential impact fee. Here's a snapshot of the revenues and fees for the past 2 years. We're still projected to meet budget for 2024 because as those applications come in. And right now the fee structure is generally balanced, and that includes the software that we use for monitoring. And as you know,
What do you mean balanced or by those numbers? Because that's out of balance. That's like we're taking in more than we're spending. Do you mean, are there different numbers I'm not seeing?
I think Jeanette's referring to what we had in the budget. What for revenue was 300,000. We're projected to bring in 350 for revenue, and then budgeted for expenses was 183, and we're projected to do 196. So, understood, Francie. You're taking it more like why aren't our revenue and expenses
Closer,
more
right,
aligned? Yeah.
You're not counting salary and.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are. That's all in, all in
That's all
expenses.
in.
Okay.
And that includes Nicole's time and other staff
Got it.
members.
Okay.
Okay.
The fee structure, as you know, we have a tiered fee structure that we established from the beginning, and that's based on the assessed home value. We're still using the 2022 assessed values. If we were to use a current value, that would really make the balance or the budget unbalanced because most property values have doubled or tripled. So we're still using that, but that's a consideration. You know, do we continue to base our fee structure on that 2022 valuation? And then the other fee consideration is should it be owner occupied property or just renting a room out based on the fee? Are you renting a room out or are you renting out your whole property or the entire house?
But I didn't understand what your question is there. Right now, it has to be owner occupied? I'm confused.
No, it's a question. It does not have to be owner occupied.
I didn't think so. So
different
So
fee
what are
structure.
you, how are you posing that question? I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Well, I think it's something to consider when we're looking at the fee structure. Do we want to just have it, is it a different fee if you're owner occupied? Typically, if you're owner occupied, you're
see.
only renting a room out or a portion of your home.
At the time of the rental.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, that's a
That
good
was not a
question.
complete sentence. Thank you, Francie.
And then the fee based on 2022, should we be making it based on current assessed value, and what would that effect be? Got it.
And then this is just, again, the fee structure is based on 1.5 nights of rental over an annual period. That just kind of gives you an example of what our fee
Can
structure
you
looks
look
like.
that up for just a minute?
What do you need?
I just wanted to look at it for a
Oh,
second.
you want to scroll up? Yeah, sure.
Does it help to talk through this, Francie, or just read it?
No, I just wanted to make sure of what I was looking at. It's a lot of numbers, and I was just looking at them.
Yeah, this graph has been on the website for, since the beginning. This is how we base the fees.
Okay.
Okay. Impact study and potential impact fee. We recommend that we direct, already approved budgets and impact fee, especially if we reduce the restrictions by the BoCC. But just to wait to make any changes to the fees until we do that impact study fee.
Can I ask a question?
Impact fee study.
Oh, yeah, you're still presenting. Is it too early?
There's a couple, there's just two more, but.
Okay, I just wanted, that last slide, I just wanted to flag that one. Does that fee structure actually encourage people to rent their houses more in order to justify the fee? And is there another way we can charge per night, for instance, rather than, I'd be inclined to say, well, I have to rent it for X in order to justify
Right.
the fee I'm paying.
Yeah, well.
Well, I've talked to a lot of homeowners that tend, because bookings are down, they're doing the otherwise limited, which is 20 nights or less. Saves them
Right, so there's,
$1,000
that's
or
how
so.
that works.
So people
Okay.
are leaning more towards that. I found in this renewals.
So they actually have the option of renting less and paying less. Thank you. I saw that, I just didn't understand.
Yep.
I guess I really don't understand this chart. So the proposed partial resident fee, what does that mean? Partial resident?
Well, it's of their assessed value, their actual value of their home, and then we're taking a percentage, which is 0.07% of that.
But if you take 0.07% of $1 million value, you get 12 million, 70 million. You don't get those numbers. Oh, I'm confused.
I think you're not putting in another zero. It's 0.007 multiplied by the
It's 0.007? That says 0.07.
percent.
So it's
though.
actually 0.007.
Okay, all right,
Percent.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
There are 3 zeros.
Thank you. I
to the
knew
left
there
of the
was
seven.
something
Okay.
wrong with what I
You
was
know what?
reading
I
about.
get that question just about, at least once a week.
So,
So-
just real quick, so most of these numbers, when you have your lows and your highest nightly rate, their fees in either of the 0.07, 0.06, or 0.05 are paid off in one night.
But-
That it's, or 1.5 nights, and that's how it was structured.
But
Of the
it's still
120
off.
nights that you can rent it. I'm sorry, Francie.
I think you mean 0.7%,
No.
because I just can't make these numbers work. So 0.007 times $1 million. I can't make these numbers work, I'm sorry. How could it come out at 400 if we're multiplying?
It's a 0.07 of a percent, doesn't that mean
Should
it's
be
0.0007 times the value?
Yeah,
It's
it
3
comes out
zeros.
at 700. What do you get?
Let me try it.
I just get that you can
Alex,
pay off
our-
your
here,
fee
go
in
back.
at least 1 or 1.5 nights, is what I'm getting.
That's correct. That's how it was set up. 1.5 nights.
I look
Why
at things
don't, why
differently.
don't we do
$700.
this? Why don't we see if Alex is available and we come back to this?
Great, thank you. Keep
Okay.
going. Yeah. So we'll come back to that.
Okay.
We'll get the math
That's
straight.
an old slide, I'm not sure.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
I mean, thank you for pointing
So
that
on
out.
se-
I
on $1
just-
million, it's a $700
Just can't make it
fee.
work, you know, I just,
$700 fee on $1 million house.
but it doesn't say 700, it says 400.
Yeah, I'm thinking that graph.
There's a range or
graph
something
is
there.
not-
Something's up. Okay.
Okay, so public noticing,
And
right
it
now,
isn't
we
that,
do a
it's more than
15-day public noticing period.
And you
And-
want more, is that right?
Well, we're
Or-
considering it, to match the land use code, requires a 30-day mailing. We've had mixed comments on, we can discuss it, but mixed comments from the public of, that's, a lot of homeowners don't live here, so they travel, and so by the time they get back, then they get the letter in the mailbox and it's already been issued.
too
So
late.
there is,
Well, there's only so much we can do.
yeah.
Fair.
The curse of owning more
We
than
have
one
to track
house.
them down in Spain or Israel or wherever they choose to go.
I'll do that.
Okay, so that's, that, and then we just, we deliver it just by basic standards mail. And then in the enforcement priorities and then actions. So staff recommends that we continue prioritizing enforcement actions for unlicensed rental activity, occupancy errors and listings, and violations concerning minimum and maximum night stays is what we're currently doing. And then maybe a consideration of specific enforcement consequences such as increased or doubling the licensing fee if they are, if we do find like a repeated violation.
I always thought if you violated, you were done. That's a question I have, so we can carry that forward.
Okay.
I think for those of you in the room, Jeanette has printed this slide for you to stay, to just have the staff's questions sort of at your fingertips. Some of these I think are more straightforward than others. But I just wanted to point out what we didn't cover this in the memo or in the presentation, but I think we started talking about it in the past that the CDU process is, and comparatively to the STR process, can be more onerous for property owners. So keep that in mind if we want to, if it is a goal of the board to kind of guide people to do more long-term rent or provide workforce housing, we might want to juxtapose this conversation with what the CDU process is. Second is an idea I had after we wrote the memo is if we do want to take away the prior rental history requirement, we could maybe consider offering just the most limited STR license. It's only 20 nights. For those folks as a way to get in the program. And then third, when we're thinking about amendments to the code, some amendments might be sort of housekeeping related. We could flip those back, bring them in as an ordinance. Others, it might be prudent to have some engagement with the community to get that buy-in before they see that agenda item on a regular meeting. So those are my closing statements, and we look forward to the discussion.
Do you have the handouts? Did you say you printed them?
It's
right there.
Ah, it's right here.
So did you had a meeting with some people last week? What was that? That you said you had some feedback, or was that just a random feedback that you got?
Well, just from the, we're talking about from the two appeals and then the other case.
Oh,
that we
okay.
heard, yeah, from last week.
Okay, well, I have lots of questions.
Great. Are we ready for, are you still?
Already on our agenda.
I'd like to get the, I think you guys are done, right?
The presentation.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah.
Francie?
I would like to get it figured out what exactly the fees are. Because I know somebody who has a ranch property and their fee was like $12,000. And so,
I don't think we have any.
because it's based on the entire property.
That's correct.
And so they've got one little house that they're renting out for their trip to wherever for, less than 30 days. And so obviously that's not going to pay off. And so I'm wondering if we can do some kind of evaluation instead of an entire agricultural property, for instance. I mean, we talk a lot about trying to preserve agricultural properties. Well, this is one way that we can help agriculture properties stay on their land. So basing their fee on the whole value of their ranch seems to me ridiculous. Like, they're not taking over the fields and the barn and everything else that puts value into that property. They're just doing the house. So I'd like to look at that, because I think that's, makes it impossible for anybody with a big piece of agricultural property to ever use this program.
Wait, can I ask a question, clarification? So if you have a $15 million property by the assessor home market value, your fee, top fee is, under the 0.07 would be 6,000.
0.07%.
That's not what they were told when they applied.
Well, and you're saying they're paying 12,000,
They didn't pay it.
No, but I'm
that's
just,
what they
let me
were told.
finish the question.
Yeah.
So then you're saying, so if they're paying 12,000, then their property's worth $30 million?
No,
Okay.
I'm not saying
so
that. There's
There's,
something wrong with that chart.
or there's something
are-
wrong with what they're telling you, or both?
I'm pretty sure what they told me was the truth, that when they called to get an STR license.
When they go through the application process, it's that, we just don't make it up or do the I mean, it's in the program. So then they'll get a fee based on that 0.07 or 0.06, whatever they elect. So it's not necessarily that we're telling them that, it's how the program is set up. So it's not arbitrary as far as. And we did, and Francie, I just want to make a note that we did, when we started the program, we were looking at how we could make a fee for just, in particular, it was Redstone Community, how we could rent out just a room. How could we figure out the square footage of that room and come up with the fee program? But we struggled with that, I remember, and how we could make that equitable across the county. And so that's when we came up, it was really Alex and John came up with the tiered structure to try to make it equitable across the county.
Is there other approaches? I'm still trying to absorb all this, but the other ways of figuring this out that wouldn't be too onerous for staff or applicant. We've got this software that seems to be able to track everything. Can the software determine what the property has been renting for and take a percentage of that? And what problems would that bring up? That would kind of solve the problem. If you've got a ranch out in the middle of nowhere and you rent your room for $200 a night, should the fee be a percentage of that rather than based on the value of the ranch? Or just wondering.
I'd just throw out that they need to pay their fees before they get their license. So we don't
So
know.
they won't
we
know.
don't
There
know
won't be
what,
any history,
We
right?
don't know what they're doing, and we don't know how much they're charging. So I
Right.
mean, that's
Well, maybe
our
that
deal
needs
is.
to
Well, maybe we should
be
do the fee
examined.
after a year.
Maybe that needs to be
But
examined.
then again, if the idea is that this is paying its way to
Right.
go through our application process, the same way we do with land use applications, you pay your fee up front, and that's all of the staff time, the administrative time, all of that goes into issuing a license.
So maybe there
That's all done up
should be a minimum fee up front.
I get that, but maybe a minimum fee up front or something, but then a calculation of what the total fee is when you have history for a year.
And what happens if you don't pay? I mean,
Well, that's the problem we have now
that's why you
already.
get it, no, that's why you get it up front from people, because you pay for that license.
Okay, but charging a fee based on an entire ranch when you're renting out a small house is prohibitive. It makes it impossible for ranchers to use this program.
I think
period.
that's a different discussion than pay for what you pay a percentage of what
Well,
you
he's
charge for a
recommending
room.
that as a
brainstorming.
solution.
We're just
Yeah,
brainstorming.
I think those are two different
And
items.
Kelly has her hand up. We'll go to Kelly and then we'll.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to jump in a little on this conversation. You know, a $12,000 fee at the highest tier would be a $17 million property. You know, I think that there are unintended consequences to treating all ranches the same that we might want to understand a little bit better before making any changes. For example, you know, we have some ranches that in their land use approvals are prohibited from short-term renting. We have some ranches that market their properties for, you know, 6 figures a month. So I can see, I don't know how a small house on a ranch gets assessed at $17 million.
It's not the house that gets assessed, it's the whole property.
That confounds me
She
a
said the
little bit. I know, but you know, the majority of an assessment is not the land, it's the improvements. So I don't know how that works out. You know, I'd be curious about this specific property and not drawing conclusions based on one property without really fleshing through what the unintended consequences would be on other ranch properties.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. We're talking about two different kinds of ranches. You're talking about large pieces of property that call themselves ranches, but they're really vacation homes and second homes, and they do a lot of STR and stuff. I'm talking about working ranches. So I'm talking about ranches that are obsessed.
I don't know how it gets valued at $17 million if the improvements don't merit it.
There's naked land that gets assessed at 17 million. You know, it's not only the improvements in this county anymore. Fine, I'll take this up another time because I don't want to get any more upset than I already am thinking about this, so.
Okay, still a question. Steve has a question.
Yeah, I think I would really like to differentiate between owner-occupied homes and sort of speculative homes that people are renting out. I think that the people with owner-occupied homes, whether they're renting out one room while they're staying in there or they're renting it out for 2 weeks at Christmas while they go elsewhere on vacation, it still is their home that they're renting out where they live full-time year-round. They should pay a lower fee in my estimation. But also, I think we should consider opening up the possibility of owner-occupied homes don't have a short-term rental history to be able to apply to join the program at this point. And maybe we would only have a limited number, maybe 5 or 10 maximum, who would be considered to join the program. But I think it's, there's a long history of people renting their homes out over vacation times, and they would leave and they made enough money to pay for their mortgages and whatnot. And that's just part of the history of ownership in Aspen of a lot of people going back many decades. So that would kind of cater to that same thought of the people being able to rent out their own home that they actually live in for short-term rental.
Great.
So I don't know if we have, maybe we don't decide that today, but I think it should be on our agenda for decisions that we need to think about and make a decision.
Thank you.
I agree with you, Steve.
Patty.
Well, we had forgive me if I'm not remembering this correctly, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about owner-occupied when we first did this. And it was very difficult to determine who was owner-occupied and who wasn't because of LLCs and LMNOPs and how people list their properties. So if you can remind me of that.
Felt like it might need some more.
Who's that?
Here's the Congress Community.
Oh. Need to mute him.
About that discussion and why we chose to not go there?
Well, when in the Rentalscape program that Jeanette uses to monitor, one way to check that or monitor it would be to see if the entire house is available for rent or just a room. And I think
That's different than determining resident occupied.
I think what Patty's referring to is when we adopted this, we were looking at owner occupied, but because so many people have been, in the community for so long, they used it for family. You didn't want to penalize those people that aren't living here anymore, but have owned that property for, generations. And I remember you specifically said, you want your families to come back and be able to use those properties. So that's what I remember as being the pivot point of why you didn't go with just owner occupied.
It was also had something to do with determining what was owner occupied. Right. Because I own my house, but I might put it in an LLC, so who really is the owner who's occupying? you know, that was difficult information to vet.
Well, we have it in the housing program, exactly how many houses are lived in and how many aren't by residents. We have that information.
We
Why
don't
can't
have
we
it
use
by
that?
address, though.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But how did we get that?
It, I
In
believe,
APCHA?
was,
Well, or in our housing program, yeah, but also in APCHA, yeah.
yeah,
Anyway,
I believe that was census information. Do you know? I think it's based on census information, which is de-identified, so we don't have access necessarily to a database that says, at this address you have a resident, and at this address you don't.
Yeah, because
And then-
I've recently been asked by APCHA, as all my neighbors, to prove that that I'm resident occupied by giving them my Colorado income tax return.
Right. So there's those data sources that we're trying to use to glean it, but it's not address specific. And so then you also have the issue of ownership into LLCs or trusts or those sorts of
that made it
things,
really
which
difficult.
is a whole nother level of consideration.
so what's the number of STRs in the county now?
Currently, that is 81.
So
All this for 81.
we could follow up with 81.
So-
It's not like we have hundreds like the city
I
has.
have a great proposal that simplifies some of this. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
I think we should cap the number of STRs that we have. We have about 80 something, so maybe cap it at 90. Allow some people to come in, we keep it at 90. Have a wait list like we do with leasing, say the hangars at the airport or something, you're on a list. When an opportunity comes up, like somebody decides they don't want a short-term rental anymore, they don't apply for a license, then the next guy on the list gets bumped into that 90. That helps us with not getting a explosion of STRs coming in that we thought we would have a lot more than 90 or 80 something. So then that allows people to get into the system. I'm kind of changing the whole topic here, but I'm going to move this forward because we're not getting anywhere.
I'm trying to follow you.
I know, it has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. It's just a whole nother concept that kind of answers one of your questions. And then tie that in with, so if I have built a new house and I can't show that I've been renting it because I just built the house, I then would have the opportunity to get on that list and move my way up into that block of 90 short-term rental licenses. That would help us resolve somebody who didn't have a home to short-term rental. And it wouldn't allow everybody to come in. You could opt to get on the list and then qualify, and how many fees and all that when you got to that point. I think that would be a great solution to one of the issues that just came up recently before us.
Francie.
I feel like we're over-regulating a problem that we don't really have, which is what I thought 2 years ago when we started this process. And Cindy told us we had like 385 rentals in Redstone or something. We don't have very many STRs in unincorporated Pickens County. I don't see what the problem is. I do understand in Woody Creek and Little Texas, they've got an issue there, but it seems like more of a neighbor issue than an inherent problem in the county. I think we're trying to regulate 80 people with this complex program.
Well, there's more applicants
Right.
than 80. I mean,
Right.
a lot of them get denied because they don't, but
But it's still, the numbers are much slower than we thought they were going to be when we
Yes.
started.
Agreed.
So my inclination is to loosen these restrictions and not over-regulate our population who are already struggling to stay in their houses, and try to make it their business and not ours so much. I don't see the inherent problem. These are, a lot of these places, some of them do probably generate employees, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them are just regular old people who go away for a couple of weeks and want to rent their house out and, help support themselves. So my general sense is we're over-regulating.
I don't disagree with some of what you said, but if I buy a $39 million house and I have to short-term rental it, that's a whole different ballgame for me.
Well, it is, I
Than
agree.
somebody like the Marcalunases who might want to rent their house out at Christmas. And
Exactly.
they can't apply for, they're in the city, but I think those are two very, very different issues. I don't want to just open it up because then all those 300 that might be out there who didn't apply might come running in, but they may not have qualified because they didn't rent. They don't have a history of short-term rental use over a period of time. I'm saying we need to look at that period of time because it's set in stone and maybe allow some new ones to come in. But keep a cap and see how many people get on a wait list that maybe there's 300 or maybe there's 10.
But if they weren't renting them out when it wasn't regulated, why would they suddenly want to rent it out when we are regulating it?
Because a lot of things have changed and people were doing them illegally and they wanted to play by the rules. And a lot of
So
them.
we're going to pick an arbitrary number as the cap, like we picked
I
an
didn't pick an arbitrary, there's
number for
80
the
something
maximum
we
number of
have
nights?
now. And so make it 82 and a half. I'm just saying 90 was an easier number to put out there.
But why? Why 90? Why that number? This is what happened with the
Because
number
we
of
have
nights.
80 something
Why?
now that
Why
are.
can't we have a discussion?
We have.
I'd like to, but I'd like you all to not talk over each other, and
We
I'd
have
also
80
like to give space for other people to chime
Okay.
in.
We have 80 something now in the system. That shows us the interest of 80 something that have been approved. So I'm saying then cap it at that exact same number. I would just pick 90
Okay, that's
because
a good
it's
suggestion. Hold on, is that the
three
point?
over.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, leave it that, is that, okay, I just wanted to get to Kelly,
Great.
and I wanted to add something, but thank you, I think we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, I promise you. Kelly,
Well, I hope I'm gonna help us get more closer to wherever we're headed.
I
But,
can't understand.
can you
We
get
can't-
closer to your speaker,
We
Kelly?
can't understand you.
You can't? Oh.
No, we can't.
You're in an echo
Working is
chamber.
fine. What?
Closer
Can
to
you
your
hear me?
speaker, your microphone. That's
Okay,
right, there you go,
Better?
a little bit.
Okay. I don't know what happened. I didn't change anything. I think it would be helpful to take a pulse in the board on sort of a very big picture level on what the appetite is for relaxing or constricting or, keeping the same level of activity that we have before we really start, I think, brainstorming on how to get there. Because I don't have that sense of, I hear clearly from, I think, Patty and Francie that if I can summarize what I think I hear, Francie wants to relax. Patty thinks we're kind of in a good amount. And maybe we tweak it to keep that same amount, but to serve different applicants. And Steve, I'm not totally clear on. I mean, I am not interested in having more short-term rental activity in the county beyond what we're experiencing. I think it's reasonable. I don't want to see much more. I'm a little concerned about where some of it is happening, given how far away it seems to be in the valley. It looks like there's a lot of up in the Capitol Creek, Snowmass Creek areas. It's hard to tell on that map, but that's sort of where I'm at on this. So I'd be happy to sort of tweak around the edges on some of this stuff, but a broad relaxation is not something I support.
Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate
I
that.
knew that.
I think I agree. I'm still trying to get a grip on what the inequities are, and you've listed all these things. I just need to keep absorbing them. I'd love to understand what the tolerable level of STRs are. Because we have fewer doesn't mean we need to add more. It certainly doesn't. It might mean that the system's working and it's reached a level that works. I want to understand what's broken, and is it broken for you, staff in the county, or is it broken for the customers? So I'm still trying to get a grip on that. I like the idea of looking for an optimal level. So, and then fee structure. The fee structure makes a certain amount of sense to me, but maybe there's an easier way or a simpler way to do it, which it probably isn't better, but I'm grasping at a simpler way that seems to make more sense. Then finally, what I really want to have is a good neighbor program. I'm thinking anybody who wants to be an STR within reason, probably the first criteria is that you're a good neighbor and that you're getting along with your neighbors and you're not imposing on them one way or another. And that should have a lot to do whether you get a license or not. The second year, maybe it has to go a year before we find out. But as we saw last week, it seemed as just like that's just a bad fit, right? That's part of the good neighbor aspect. But I'm still I was still writing this down. Like, okay, I'm trying to figure out. It didn't seem like it was broken, but you haven't talked to us in a while. So
Right.
what are we trying to
Well,
fix?
I want to make a few comments on the note. The public noticing is that good neighbor opportunity for them to, it has to be within all adjoining properties, within 300 feet. So, and those letters have to go out. That's part of what they sign the affidavit for. So I would think that good neighbor, if they're not good neighbors, you probably would hear some public comment or objection for that.
Okay.
So you're asking if we want to make it consistent with the code at 30 days?
I mean, that
makes
could
sense
be,
to me to have it
just
consistent
I
more
would say
time.
we could ask that question right now and get one out of the way. Thumbs up on that one.
On which?
What are you trying
Putting the notice at 30 days
uniform.
Oh, the notice.
rather than 15.
Thumbs up from Kelly. I don't see Steve, but I think we.
I'm good with that.
Right, so we could do thumbs up on the noticing time, right? Okay, go to the
Okay.
next one.
Well, that was good.
Next one you want to hit.
Well, I mean,
Since
I
you
don't
Kelly asked if we
necessarily,
could get a pulse on things. Are we not going to do that?
Well, I think I just weighed in, but if you
What do you
need
mean
more
a
clarity.
pulse? I'm trying to get us through the questions that staff put before us.
Okay, I thought Kelly had a specific question, but
She'll have another chance.
yeah, I think it's a time for us to, this is a review of the program. It's in the third year. I think we're just, here's the program, this is how it's been running. I think this is more of like coming back to commissioners and, do we see a need to change? Should we have it more, typical to the code, strictly to the code? There's certain language as it's written that is very vague, and so maybe we need to clean up the code, and I think that's what Nicole is, that's her ambition with this program, is first to clean up the language. There's certain things in it that we don't even exercise. And maybe we should versus the parking plan.
Right.
And there is something
That
about.
makes great sense. Yeah.
So this is sort of a conversation. We're not really coming saying these are the changes. And then the other thing is the community engagement or the public engagement. What does the public want? I mean, this is what we're serving, and the idea is to keep the integrity of our community and the neighborhoods. I mean, that's why you have a regulation program for short-term rentals, right? So you don't turn into a resort town, a resort neighborhood, and strangers at your door, and what we see. I think as far as a good neighbor, I think it should be more location. I think we should consider location. Obviously, Woody Creek in Little Texas is not an ideal, that should maybe be sterilized from or prohibited from having short-term rentals. How close are properties that are going to be effective if you're not in the core of Aspen, which you expect that, right?
Right, thank you
So
for that.
those are some comments.
That's good, thank you. Kelly.
And Patty.
Patty. Threw me out.
I think that it's appropriate to do the impact fee study to give us some more information. I also think it's appropriate to wait for the community, what's it called?
2050.
Vision 20.
Yeah, the community vision, the
Let's not
2050
wait that long.
information. Well, we don't have to wait till 2050. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. I won't. None of us will be here. We'll let the next group. But I think that's appropriate. But I think in the interim, I think it would be appropriate to discuss with the board to get some kind of a number cap for now to allow people to transition off, because we're going to have people who maybe sell, and the new owners don't want a short-term rental, frees up a license to allow somebody who's on the list, the wait list, to come into the process, but keep that cap until such time as we get the information from the impact fee study, community input from the community committee, and from the community at large, and then come up with what we might need to change or not change.
can I respond to that?
Francie.
To me, from my perspective, that seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. Why would we choose a number without any information for why that number makes sense and wait a year for an impact fee and then maybe change the number? Why wouldn't we, just let me finish, why wouldn't we not have a cap right now until we have an impact fee study that says, oh, well, SDRs in the county are doing this and this and this, and so therefore we should have a cap.
I understand that.
So that's
but-
why I think it's the cart before the horse. I
Okay.
also wanted to say that about Kelly talking about where properties are. I don't think that we want to discriminate about where people live or penalize them for where they live and tell them, well, because you live there, you don't get to have an STR. I mean, who are we to do this without any really substantial reason for why we're doing
I
it?
think we have a reason.
What do you think the reason is?
Well, what are the impacts? If you've got an STR and you're basically running a little hotel out in the boondocks, you've got
that's
you've got
one
maid service
impression.
coming every day.
I know you've been saying that for years. And
And I
that I
think it
think
still
is
holds
true
merit.
for like the couple of houses in Woody Creek and a lot of Aspen. I think that's true. I think there are a lot of company-owned properties that it's really sad they went into companies instead of homes, you know, but who do that. But I don't think that's true through most of the county. I mean,
think the
I
county is
think that
different?
people just have houses and it's not, they're not generating a bunch of employees and car trips and stuff. They just have property that they own.
And they don't do
And we're
maid
trying
service?
to impose these restrictions on their personal property without having substantial reasons for doing that.
So you're saying you think they live on the property and so they're doing all the work and they're not importing maid service up to the
Yeah, I
end
think
of the
that's true
valley?
for a lot of them.
Well, then there ought to be a way to distinguish that.
Well, that's what I was talking about before. About,
Well,
you know,
Kelly
like
has her hand up,
agricultural
but can I,
properties.
Kelly, can I just jump in really quick for Francie's thing about a cap? I'm taking the number we have now. I didn't randomly pick a number. We have a number now that we have served, and it's based on a time frame of dates that you had to show you were short-term rental. What I'm trying to do is allow for people who are outside of that time frame, like a new build, to be able to get on the wait list to come in. That's why I picked that number we have existing until such time as we get this other information and we can say, we don't need a cap, we need a 40 cap, but I'm saying now that's what we have now. And so for people that stop short-term rentaling with licenses, there's no way, because you had a time frame in which you had to apply for the license and a time frame in which you had to show you used it as a short-term rental. This allows somebody new to come on board that can justify that either a new build or something to be able to come into the program.
I
Thanks,
understand.
Patty.
You're still asking people to get on a waiting list instead of giving them a license.
Right.
Well, it's because
Thank
we
you.
don't, we could have 300 run in tomorrow, we don't
Well,
know. do we?
Okay, whoa, stop.
Why would
I'm gonna
we?
go to Kelly now.
Why would
Kelly.
I would just respond to Francie's sort of, what was a bit, I think, of a theoretical question, but, you know, we have the authorities to do this in multiple ways, and we do it all the time through land use, when we say what you can and cannot do
Certainly do.
based on where and what you are located near in the county. And, you know, we can do that with short-term rental too. I mean, there's ways to, and ways we have done short-term rental use through the land use code, and other counties do it through the land use code. Having a licensing program gives us a lot more flexibility for that owner, by imposing criteria that are not, you know, within the land use code, that allow us to put some conditions, that allow us to generate flexibility, that allow us to consider their interests as well as others' interests relative to their specific request. So I think we're very well within our authorities to do what we've done and to continue to discuss and amend it. You know, I think that this is where we have conversations about the public policy goals here. I mean, you know, I don't think your conclusion that most people are just living in a house out in the county has been borne out by the other studies that we've seen relative to energy use, employee generation, etc. You know, I can have a lot of sympathy towards if we want to focus this program entirely on resident-owned properties. You know, that's one way that we have the flexibility to cultivate it. But I don't think the conclusion that people are just regular old folks living in their houses out in the county is true. And if that's the standard upon which you want to let people access the program, then that's the conversation that we should have.
Can I respond to that?
Thank you. Okay, Francie.
Yeah, I'm not saying everybody is that person that I described, but nor is everybody an LLC who's trying to rip us off and create a lot of employees. There's a lot of variation. So that's why I thought that the question about whether it's resident occupied is really pertinent. I mean, that could solve a lot of these problems if we just discussed it in terms of resident occupied. Because obviously, if you buy a property and you want to turn it into a hotel, that's what we want to avoid. But I don't think we want to overregulate. This is not anything personal about any of you, but that's why so many people don't like government. And they don't. And everybody knows that. And it's because we overregulate. So I think we can reach a compromise through the resident-owned mechanism. We may not get there today, exactly how to make that work, but I do think that is one way of looking at it. And I would also like us to look at the overall value of a piece of property compared to one house. Even if you do have, like, can't remember the name of that place that up above Woody Creek where they were like 4 or 5 houses, and we were putting a limit on how many of those houses could be STRs. Remember that? Can't remember the name of that place.
Wasn't 2 Mile Ranch?
No, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Which one was it?
2 Mile, Circle R,
Yeah,
Rosemary,
anyway, so
what other names?
I think that is the same kind of thing, where that might be a
Ever-changing name
$20
ranch.
million property, but if we're restricting it to one house, are we really gonna charge a fee on the $20 million instead of the one house? So I'd like to look at that.
Certainly great questions. Can I go back through our summary again? I'm going to offer my suggestions on each one so we can try to make as much progress, and then we can always flag things that don't work. Minimum and maximum night stays. Should the minimum and maximum night stay the same until implementation of an impact fee? I think it should, until we have that figured out. So why don't we just check that off and leave it alone? Is everyone okay with that?
No, that's just your opinion. Can we ask everybody?
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. I think it should be the same in Redstone and everywhere else. I think it should go to 180 days. That's my
No,
opinion.
the question is, should we keep it, never mind.
Leave it alone or change it?
I think we need to do the impact fee study, because we've been trying to do it for 3 years.
Right.
And until we know what the impacts are, how do we know to change it to 2 nights or 200 nights? Because we don't know what the impact
You're
of
in the
2
leave
nights
alone
versus
camp
200
with
nights
me.
is.
Kelly, Steve, leave alone until we're done with the study, or change now? Thumbs up for leave alone.
So when is this study going to be done by?
3 years ago.
Is it going to be 3 years from now? Or is it going to be done in 6 months?
I think 2025 is a good goal to get the RFP ready and go through the interviews and do the study. I don't know what a consultant's timeline would be. We'd sort of be held to that. But in terms of what staff has control over, we could get the RFP out
Could
and
be a
start
year.
interviewing. Yeah.
Could be a year.
So I'd be willing to wait on it for now, but my gut feeling is we should make the whole county the same as Redstone, make it 2 nights. My gut feeling is we should do, but I'm willing to wait on it and let Jeffrey make the decision.
Kelly, wait on it or?
Well, I think, let me summarize what I think I heard. I think I heard the proposal is to not change the regulations or the application process and go ahead with the impact fee study.
Yes.
So I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I would be open to having a 30-day notice period if that is easy enough to do without changing the regulation, without having to go through a whole ordinance process, but.
I'm working down to that. Hold on, I'm going through the list. Hold on, you're getting ahead of me. But thank you, that was a yes. So I think we have a leave it alone on item number 1.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 2. Should eligibility period stay the same until implementation of impact fee? I'm going to say yes. For my answer, code compliance represents or as staff determines. It
So
seems
that rules out any new builds for a year.
I'm okay with that right now, but I'm open to argument personally.
How about
I would love
discussion,
to-
not argument?
Yeah, we'll go to, fine, discussion. We'll go to the next part of that. Code compliance as applicant represents or as staff determines. It seems to me like it ought to be trust but verify. So is that some hybrid or represent what you want and we're going to check?
How far has that gotten us?
That's a good question. I mean,
You can get back to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could circle on that next
Okay,
time.
and then the last part of that, licensing period extended to 2 years in some cases. I'm in favor of that.
Me too.
Francie's a yes.
And I am, but I have a little quick caveat. if I have a short-term rental license, I sell my house, the license goes with the home to the new owner, correct?
Cancels.
Oh, I thought they did, they
ends.
were not transferable.
They're not transferable.
Because I
They
was
would
gonna
have to apply for a new license.
So
However,
Kelly-
the history is.
But they would be able to apply. So I think when you come in new, you get a year to prove your worth. And then if you do a good job the first year, you can go to 2.
Kelly, are
Yeah.
you okay extending the 2 years in some cases? That's a yes. Steve, I don't see you, but just holler yes or something or
Yeah,
no.
2 years would be okay, but I like the idea of, to put it in our parking lot, if someone has a short-term rental and they are selling that house and buying another one in Pickens County, if they wanted to take that license with them, rather than leave it with their house they are selling, I think that should be an option for someone to apply for that transfer. That's not something we have in there right now, but I think that would be a fair thing. And there was the family who had one in Aspen, they sold that house and bought the Cloud, whatever.
But that was a jurisdictional change.
They were in the
You
city.
can't take it from
I
the city.
realize that, but it could happen that someone sells one in unincorporated Pickens County and buys another one, wants to stay in the short-term rental business. I think they should be allowed to make that transfer or apply to make that transfer. We don't automatically approve it, but the new house would have to qualify under the criteria also.
So they could apply for a new one.
I like that,
Anyone
Steve.
could. That sounds
I can go
reasonable
with
to
that
me.
as long as the house that they're selling doesn't get a license. There's only one license that's transferred.
They have to apply. Okay, so we've got that. So eligibility period stay the same
Can I ask a
until.
question about that?
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead, sure.
So now you're going to allow a potential transfer of the license with the owner to a new house, which eliminates some of your criteria, which is a demonstration of prior short-term rental activity on the property. The demonstration of prior short-term rental doesn't go with the owner, it goes with the property. Maybe it's useful to go back, and I know you guys are running short on time. But from a practical standpoint, the reason you all chose a period to demonstrate prior rental history was to establish a cap in the absence of any information to do so, right? You didn't know how many licenses or people were engaging in that were out there, so you utilized this methodology to say, we don't know how many people are doing it, but let's find out by establishing this prior rental period and see how many licenses come in the door as a result of that. So you have that now. So you have the ability to utilize that information to establish a numerical value or a cap or whatever you want to call it. So if you want to build some flexibility into the system, like, hey, if you have a license and you've been doing a good job, maybe you can take it with you. Or, hey, you're the teacher or ski patroller that was sitting here the other day and he has a new build and wants opportunity to get into the program. If you have a cap, you have the ability to allow that person to come in the door without
Prior history.
Without prior history. Now, holding firm to prior history essentially creates a certain subset of properties in Pickens County, legacy properties for the purpose of STR, right? There's only these certain properties that can demonstrate this for a certain period of time. It's apparently about 81 of them. So I think it's important to keep that in mind as it sounds like another work session is probably in order on this because I know you have a bunch of people coming in here right now. But to keep that in mind, why you chose to utilize this prior rental history to begin with. And I think the basic answer to that is you were trying to make a decision on what Kelly's talking about. What is the amount, or should we increase the amount from where it is today in the absence of any real hard information on what that was? So going forward, it may be useful to keep in mind why you utilized a demonstration of prior rental history and the information that you now have that you did not have before
Thank you.
when making that decision.
That's an excellent point, and I think we do need another work session. I can try to plow through the rest of the answers to this, or
I think we should maybe.
We got a long way to go, and we've got staff
so
waiting.
why don't we cut it off here? We'll bring you back.
Give you a food
We're beginning
for
to understand the questions you've asked us. And I think if we all take these and maybe jot down our own answers to them,
We're gonna answer
and
real
then we
quick.
can
From this
share that
list?
at the next opportunity.
Just this list?
Yeah, yeah. Does that make sense? Do you need anything else before we
This is a
boot
good
you out
list,
the
thank
door?
Can I just jump in with a suggestion?
Sure, Kelly, go ahead.
I wonder if maybe it would help prime us for future discussion if there's some way to look at other jurisdictions that have only resident-owned short-term rental programs. There are some out there. That just might be good study for us to have.
It would be nice to see. I was thinking about that, best practices in the industry. We're not the only ones wrestling with this, and others have probably
Does
solved it
Northwest
already.
Cog might have a link for sites, if you want to check the Northwest Cog website.
And then we can get you back on the agenda.
Try to collect
when-
data, let me know if I can help with
We'll
that.
talk about that on Thursday, I guess.
Well, the direction or the consensus is to, for impact study before we make decisions on the rest of that.
I think we should
to
move forward
towards
on that as soon as we can.
Okay.
Great,
right,
thank you.
thank you for your time.
Okay, we're gonna keep
Thank you,
working on
ladies.
this. Sorry
you.
it drug
Thanks,
on,
Rye,
but
for
there was a
getting
little
us
bit
on
of
back on track.
Did we
confusion
get
there.
corrections on that chart, or is that chart correct?
They're errors.
Thank you.
We'll bring it back up.
Thanks,
you.
Francie,
Accurate.
good
Thanks
catch.
for noticing that.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we've got the library
Thank you,
and
Suzanne.
HHS electrification projects up. GR's here. That was called, post-lunch confusion, I'd have to say.
That was just discussion, dude. It was
Well,
just
yeah, I know, but
discussion.
we weren't making much
He
progress.
called it argument.
Well,
We
doesn't
corrected
mean
him.
An
we
on
need
this.
to
argument, it
get there
doesn't
right
necessarily
away.
mean it's a bad thing. If you make an argument for something, that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Good luck, Peter.
Depends on
Yeah,
which
Gee, are
side
you
you
ready
are
for
in
this?
the argument.
I
We've got a testy board here today.
Well, that one, STRs are an issue for me, so I'm not gonna feel the same way about this, I'm sure.
Well, I might have something to say about it.
You might.
No doubt, you will.
Well, I'm about to have a lot to say.
Alrighty.
Go ahead, say it before we
And
talk.
we're joined by a lot of people, and I'll do introductions in a slide. But I'm GR Fielding. I'm the Construction and Asset Director. Today we'll go over both the library and the Health and Human Services electrification projects. I'm planning on moving through the first couple slides pretty quickly, and then we'll pause on what is fully into the project and what we're proposing. We do have several resources online. But first, our project team from the Assets and Infrastructure team, it's myself and Jody Grady. Facilities, Jeff Pendarvis has been in almost all of our project meetings. Point Energy Innovations, the board might remember Peter Rumsey, who has been our technical expert, owner's rep type to help walk us through what a lot of this means. Bowman is an engineering firm that does this type of, and Francie, it's the HVAC. I'll get that, and there's going to be some acronyms coming up, and if there's any questions, I'm just learning a lot of this stuff, so by all means, just stop me. But from Bowman, we have Brian and Jacob on the line. We don't have the coming group, but they did our detailed estimating for this task one. We have had a lot of input from some stakeholders. So that stakeholder team has been from Public Works, Scott Mattice, from the library, Genevieve Smith, from County Administration, Karen Rich, from the Resiliency team, Michael Port, and then from HHS, Lindsay and Jordana. So a little bit of project history. I was waiting for that. Long ago, several boilers
Like a
were
fairy
identified for
tale.
replacement at the library. We couldn't get to consensus on
Sounds
which
like-
year that was.
sounds like
so
an epic.
when I was putting in years, I just did that as a trigger, and I never got to change it out.
It works.
2019, the BoCC declared a climate emergency, and as the board well knows, that we want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2050. Our built environment contributes pretty big to that number, and so through these building electrification projects, we've got an opportunity. Let's see. The electric boiler concept was discussed with the board in 2021, which triggered some electrification studies with Kimberly Horn. Then we followed those up in December of 23 with a work session. At that, we talked about, hey, what about heat pumps? And so in February, we looked at the potential for heat pumps in our facilities and the board directed staff to kind of take a look at this natural gas backup with boilers, with the air source heat pumps as your primary heating element. And we did that work session with Mr. Rumsey. All right, so now that we have a little bit of the context out of the way, we have worked with Bowman to get through our first phase of design. And what a lot of that first phase of design was doing a lot of modeling that confirmed a lot of what Peter had presented to us back in February, and looked at a lot of the potential carbon savings, rough orders of magnitude for numbers. And so we went through and did that analysis to confirm what some of the things that would need to be in the project are, and those early assumptions. So for the library, the air source heat pump and natural gas boiler backup system will work. We would need to put new heat pumps for space heating and tune up the system that's there now. The new gas boilers would need to be placed in there because the ones that are in there are the reason why we're having the conversation. They're at end of life. The electrical distribution system in the library would need to be updated. We'd have to reconfigure and turn off certain areas of snow melt, and I have some slides to talk around that.
Good.
We have new transformers are required, and depending on if we were to change course, that could have pretty big implications on the timeline of the project because of long lead times on things like transformers.
Can we go back to the second point that you were talking about, GR?
Yes.
So you said new gas or electric boilers. What were you saying about that?
Well, we'll get into that in a slide or two, but one of the things that we did look at is just what the delta in the project would be just in case we wanted to move away from air source heat pumps. So if we went
So you're just looking into both of those is what you're saying?
Yes, we looked into both.
Okay, I
yes.
understand. Thank you.
We're trying to do what is parallel to what our previous conversations have been, and that was looking at both for now, but we'll see what that looks like here in a couple slides.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And the other thing for the library is it's not a backed up building right now. And so as part of the conversations that we've had previously, we've talked about the potential for a backup generator at that facility. With the amount of assets that we have inside of that building, it would be a really good idea to have some sort of electrical backup for that site. And no matter what you do, even a natural gas system doesn't like to work with no electricity because it needs that to run.
Yep.
So you're saying that we don't have a backup system now?
Right.
If the power goes out, the power goes out.
Exactly.
But
And we
And the
lose
heat
all of our
goes off
heating.
because there's no blowers.
we lose the heat. And so what's the biggest compromise? Just so I understand it. Because I think, well, you've got a bunch of books in there. They can get cold, right?
Oh, well, if your pipes freeze in a building like that, right? If your pipes start to freeze, not everything freezes at once. So you have a lot of liquid water with some pressure behind it that will start flooding the.
Got it. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So there
You
you
don't
go.
want to flood the library again.
Got
There's
it. Now
also
I get it.
lots of computers in there.
So as we did the analysis, what we looked at was.
Hold on just a sec. GR. Steve has his hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Can we let him get through it, or is this part of that?
Tagging on to that same question, the backup generator at the library, I think we should consider a microgrid system with a battery storage system that would include the library, the city hall, the jail, the courthouse, and the county administration building as a microgrid area, all of them kind of essential public buildings. And if we had one one backup system that would cover all of them, I think that would be a good goal to go for.
It's a good goal, yes.
Steve, that is a very good goal and a very, very lofty goal. But in practicality, it would probably take us about 5 years to get through a planning and design process. And a lot of our learnings from the microgrid that we're building right now would make that an incredibly difficult project in downtown Aspen. But we can take that that suggestion and implant it and see how we can make this campus like a nice resilient area. But starting with backup generators, because even with our microgrid project, we have several backup generators that will stay online, and that's just the second layer of resiliency there.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for that, Steve. I get your sentiment.
Yeah, in principle.
Francie, yeah, in
Yeah,
principle.
we agree.
Just might be 25 years out.
So at the library, we have taken a look at the amount of emissions and the costs and all of the things, and we did some comparison here, and this should look a lot like what the board had seen back in February. One caveat, just know that the prices that are at the bottom for implementation costs are just the implementation costs. I've used those for the apples to apples comparison to compare the different options that we looked at.
I think what you're saying is, don't think that's the bottom line, that's just implementation.
Yeah, just because it's written on the bottom line.
Right,
it's
I
not
get
the
it,
bottom line.
okay, yeah.
I'm so glad you explained that to me, but it's on the bottom line.
Yeah.
So what you'll see is electric resistance boilers on that bottom line are the most economical up front, but they're not in the 25-year look at HVAC energy costs when you add those two things together. Also, there are only the difference between electric resistance boilers and heat pumps, these air source heat pumps with the gas backup, is only about 10%.
The difference between them is like
The costs for the implementation. And so that's a lot closer than what we thought originally when we got the direction to really look at the air source heat pump and the natural gas backup. So from the top, you'll see what the heating equipment is that it would be specified in the project. The slightly grayed column is the heat pumps with gas backup, and so that is what we have as far as what we've heard from the board and what we're still recommending. And when we walk down through this, there's about a $1.3 million difference in our expected HVAC energy costs in that 25-year horizon. Our 25-year CO2 emissions, with the existing gas boilers, it was estimated to be 4,231 metric tons of CO2 over that 25-year lifespan. With the air source heat pumps with gas backup, it would be reduced down to 146, or 96% reduction. And so what we liked about that was the fact that we can get past that 90% threshold now, and still have a backed up system with the natural gas. The added electrical loading is one of the things that we've spent a lot of time on with the design team, because the added electrical load at 540 kilowatts for electric resistance boilers puts us into an impact on the project of an extra 18 months to wait for the size transformer that we need in order to implement the project, because the electrical resistance boilers have such a big energy demand. And with the air source heat pumps, we can move forward with the project immediately. If memory serves, we do move up one size of transformer, but that's something that the city of Aspen keeps on hand.
For both of the last two columns? For the electric boiler backup and the gas boiler backup, or
No,
just the gas boiler?
Gas, because as soon as
So
you add those,
415 is too high?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, because that's a 300 kVA. So it's
Okay.
they're not exactly kW to kVA, but it's pretty close. And so we would have to go up to a new 750 kVA transformer, which we would have to that goes on order, and that takes a long time.
And they're expensive.
And they're expensive, yes. And so that was a big chunk of the difference in the implementation cost that you see on that bottom line.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Okay.
Thank you, makes sense now.
So when we take the top number of the electric or the utility cost and that bottom implementation number, the left column is electrical resistance boilers. The middle is the heat pumps with gas backup. And on the right is heat pumps with electrical resistance backup. And so you can see over that 25-year horizon, that center column is the heat pumps with the gas backup does have a economical advantage as well.
But only like $1,200 or something, right?
No,
I
it's-
mean, 1,200,000.
1,200.
Yeah, it's about 1.25 million over 25
Where'd she
years.
get that number?
I checked my math coming in after.
So
So
can
this
I,
is where I would like to ask a question, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead and then Pat.
So how often do you expect to have to use the gas backup?
Sure. So that's something that we did review with Peter back in February, and I've got a slide that.
Okay.
But it's at the very end, so I
Fine.
might just jump there right now.
Okay.
And
Whatever you want.
I might ask Peter, because he handled this conversation with the board previously. But really, it's somewhere in that 10, 12 degree range where you're not going to have very effective use of air source heat pumps.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. You're not talking about electrical outage or
Some kind of
damage
outage.
or anything. You're talking about when it's cold.
When it's cold, or if we have a problem with the air source heat pumps. Yeah, so it's both.
Yeah,
And
okay.
it may be reduced even. Does this project warming climate?
I don't think Peter did
Probably
you
didn't include that, but that could mean it could even be less boiler operation.
Unfortunately, it could be. Yes.
Peter, welcome.
Yeah, hi.
And Peter, did you have anything to add to that?
No, you're doing great, JR. You're saying it the way I would have said it, so no problem. Yeah.
So yes, so those gas boilers are there for when temperatures get too cold, so the air source heat pumps are not performing well enough, and then also for other outages.
Okay, so 2 to 3% of the time.
Very little, yes.
Thank you.
so my question goes back to your bottom line. So it's the combination of the two numbers you had on the graph, on that chart. You add those two up and that's your bottom line, which shows here.
That's this total
Each of those
cost
two
over
numbers,
time.
right.
Our bottom line for project costs, I'll go over a bit later, but in your AIS too, I had where the appropriations and the total. But it basically, we'll go through what the estimating included and didn't include and how we usually budget for these projects.
Were you asking, was the implementation cost the equivalent of the first cost? Same
So
thing?
this graph is the implementation cost in our 25-year.
In orange.
Our 25-year, yes. The orange is the implementation
Thank
cost,
you,
and then
okay.
the blue is the energy cost over the 25 years.
Okay.
But one of the things that we wanted to look at too is where we could have the air source heat pumps sit outside the library. And so we've taken a look at that, and there are areas on the roof, existing roof, where that can be hosted. On the left picture, where my cursor is, this roof top here, and then just to the south of that here, is actually really nice because it's next to this rooftop air handling unit that's on top of the library existing. And so that means that there is a chase that goes down to the boiler room from there. And so locating them in that location would, help with the installation and not having to run a whole new chase or something like that within the library.
Sweet.
And so these are just, the picture on the right is the existing boiler room. It's a pretty busy area with pipes and things. And then this center picture is a picture of that section of the roof, looking, I guess, would be northwest or west. That's Shadow Mountain in the background.
Let's don't
there.
mess with the library roof anymore.
Will there be increased number of zones if you go to this, or will it be similar?
That's a good question, Francie. I'd ask Brian, who's on, to help me answer that question as far as different numbers of zones and things like that. I know we have some opportunities while we recommission the building. Whether or not we can add zones, it's not something that we've talked about yet. Brian, would we have that opportunity?
Yeah, I think that's fair, GR. Not something that we've currently assessed. We were anticipating tying into the existing system as it is with its current zoning, but something we could take a look at.
Okay. We'll work with Genevieve and her staff and that on some of those sorts of things.
Can I ask a quick, you can say yes or no, just to keep it going quickly, but there isn't like a giant sewer main under the ground that we could tie a heat pump to? Is there?
You know, the sewer,
really.
there's staff in the room that has much more recent knowledge of the sewer lines coming out.
Like today.
Well, I was just saying, if you've got,
Unfortunately.
55 degree
you're talking
temperature
about
on the
the-
ground, it's a lot.
We're talking
of
about the
heat from that.
existing sewer line issue.
You know, on this campus, it's a postage. There's not very much room next to our building within the envelope that the library sits on. To try to figure out where to get wells in there. And then also my recollection of when we added on to this building and our requirements next door here, we have a very big cluster of utilities that run through this campus. So trying to sink a ground source heat pump, I think, would be pretty difficult.
Got it.
And I don't know if the sewer line would really,
I was envisioning like the entire city of Aspen sewer line running right next door and being able to tie onto that.
You know, the sewer lines that the geothermal that I've looked at so far have tried to tie in has been the ones that try to cool off the effluent coming out of the treatment facility so that it's not a temperature pollution into the receiving body of water.
That's too far away.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Good
a
question,
thought.
though,
Okay,
Greg.
forget I said, forget
No,
I
it's a
asked.
good question.
We're just gonna pump it all back uphill, right?
But of course, for what we're recommending, we do need to take a look at the snow melt. And I wrote about that a bit in the AIS that was submitted to the board for this meeting. Essentially, we had a couple stakeholder meetings around snow melt, and we identified some areas where we have some opportunity to do manual removal of snow. And then we also completed an analysis at different levels of snowmelt to see how that impacted what the project would look like. And so we came to an area of 2,500 square feet or below would be able to be supported by the project that we have before us today. And so what we did is we identified the different zones of the existing snowmelt and determined what we would recommend keeping on and what we would need to turn off.
These are existing zones now.
Yes.
Separate the side, that's the sidewalk, the long yellow line is the sidewalk. in
Yes,
front.
so the yellow on the left that goes up and down the screen is the Mill Street sidewalk.
The slope.
The orange piece that is labeled Keep On is the front entryway to the library. On the right is, that's labeled Turn Off, is the east entryway into the library. And then the top gray and orange section is the alleyway that accesses the parking garage.
Right.
There is an orange area that is kept on now. The rest of that area is currently turned off. We recommend to keep that area on because it's both the employee access for the library, it's steep, short hill that goes down from the alleyway,
And shaded.
and it's also where the waste removal happens from the library.
Right.
And
It's in
so
the
we
shade.
know that's
You don't want it to freeze.
no, and you know, we want to be able to get the garbage trucks and things back out of there. That alleyway does get plowed otherwise, and so we thought that would be a good way, and that's how that snow melt is set up today.
Question about the sidewalk. The sidewalk outside probably has more traffic, I assume, people walking past the library, and it's also on an incline. To me, that's like one of the highest risk areas of the entire place, and I could be wrong, but that's my intuition.
Yes, and so I think you're correct in that it has a steeper slope than anything else. But what it doesn't have is a staircase. And the entryway, what I would be a little bit concerned about is having folks walking on a snow-melted sidewalk and turning to get into the library. And we would probably then have to look at turning off the entryway to the library to keep us at that 2,500 square foot number. And then now you have you're walking off a wet sidewalk onto ice and stairs and snow and things like that.
The other way around, you're walking off a wet entryway onto an inclining icy sidewalk.
But that being said, it's a sidewalk. For comparative purposes, one of the things that we did talk about is the fact that Mill Street is not snow melted going past the Jerome. One of the situations that does happen when you have a snow melted sidewalk like this is that you have the water run down it. And then it gets to a section of sidewalk, like what is below here, that is not snow melted. And then you have a big chunk of ice there that you have to either step over or slide down when you get there. And that was the situation for a lot of last winter when Mill Street sidewalk snow melt was turned off. And that was the case actually when we had one of our last work sessions, was that sidewalk was turned off at that point in time.
But we could manually shovel it,
yes.
That's
And
the
so
easier
that's-
stretch, I think, to do.
And so that's a little bit of the balance that we have to strike here, right? Is knowing that we will have more manual removal to do. And working with facilities, last year they were trying out a new piece of equipment that would be really good for, doing removal on sidewalks like this. I think the board will probably see that in their budget presentations from facilities coming up for an added piece of equipment for things like snow removal. And as we start figuring out some of these things, as we balance our snow melt and our snow removal and things like that, the board can consider in the future to contracting some of that snow removal like a lot of other adjacent agencies do.
The county owns that sidewalk?
I think it probably falls under the city's ownership, but we are required to keep
maintain
it maintained because it'd be like if we had a store there, it'd be our storefront, and they're the ones that are required to keep the.
Right.
If I remember
Then
the
X amount
ordinance
of
right.
hours of the last snowstorm, you have to have it shoveled.
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Okay.
And so that's how we get to the 2,500. And so this was one of the key discussion points that we had put in the AIS.
So just to clarify, that number is dictated by the system, which is the heat pumps with the gas backup.
Yes, and
Okay.
if we wanted to increase the amount of snow melt, we would have to change a bit of the project. And when we do that, then we get into bigger transformers, longer lead times, and all of the things.
I don't think we want
That being said, one thing that I've learned in my time here at the county is I'd never say never, right? And if we have something that is unattainable in the future, we'll figure out a solution.
That's what I was gonna,
Patty and then Kelly, yeah.
was surprising. I told GR earlier today, I was surprised him with, I can support this snow melt issue, which I'm the big supporter of putting snow melt on because of public safety, especially on a traffic zone such as Mill Street. But that was gonna be my question, if we find it's not solving the public safety issue, it's making it worse, or it's whatever, we can then regroup and reconsider what our decision might be now.
Right, and I think when we modeled for like a full 5,000, it was an additional 2 or 3 heat pumps on the roof, and we would need larger gas boilers by one nominal unit. So I think it goes from an 850 model 850 up to 1,000 or something like that. Brian, you can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong by any of this, but it also kicked us, because of the additional heat pumps, it kicked us up to the next size transformer, which is that really long lead time as well.
Got it. Thanks. Kelly.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Just some clarification on the plaza side and the areas which are not yellow and don't have any other hatching. Does that mean that there is no other snow melt over there?
There is some snow melt beyond the yellow area towards the city that they had put in. Their staircase going down towards Rio Grande Park is definitely snow melted. And just out of view, there's some snow melt that I think is run off of the courthouse. But there was a patchwork of snow melt in that area, Kelly.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, let's keep going.
As far as visually, I took these two pictures this morning, and so you can see some of the mechanical equipment on top of the library here. And so these air source heat pumps would be up here. And then this left picture is taken from near the courthouse. This right one is in the parking lot on Main Street, looking back towards the library. And you can see the existing rooftop unit is kind of hard to make out because Red Mountain's in the background, and my cursor's not moving very well, but
yeah, we see it.
It's down to the right from where my cursor is.
We see it.
So we'd see a lower profile or maybe the same profile.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have too much of a visual impact compared to the existing equipment that's on the roof.
There's already stuff
and
there.
If we need to, we have some contingency plan to take a look at that with an architect and maybe come up with a scrim wall or something. All right, so that was the library. HHS is a pretty similar project. The heat pump option with the gas backup worked out very well in this location as well. We do have a very large air handler on top of Health and Human Services now. And it's at the end of its life as well. And so as part of the project, we'd recommend removing and replacing that unit, which would give us a huge opportunity to better condition that building.
What is an air handler?
Brian, can you answer that question for me?
Yeah, so the air handler unit, it's basically a packaged rooftop unit. It sits on the roof and provides the heating and cooling fresh air for the space.
And the new rooftop unit would be so the predominant amount of the heat would come from the air source heat pumps. And then the air, that is the unit that pushes the air and then also provides additional conditioning.
So you'd
Is
have a
that fair?
much smaller air handler on top now.
Well, we'd still need a pretty large air handler on the top because we're still conditioning the same amount of area. But as opposed to that heat coming from boilers, it would come from the heat pumps now.
Greg?
Yep, Patty.
Noise for the neighborhood.
That's a good question. The air source heat pumps would replace some of the existing equipment that sits on the ground now. There are a couple units that sit behind the building, and that's where we would propose to put the air source heat pumps and then replace the air handling unit on the roof.
And would it be quieter and more efficient, or we need to think about that before we do it, because I'd hate to have to retrofit for neighborhood concerns.
Can we confirm today whether or not a new air handling unit would be quieter?
Yeah, and we have an acoustical assessment as part of this project as we move forward because we know that that's a sensitive issue. Generally speaking, the new equipment would be around the same noise levels compared to what's currently there.
Okay, just because we have neighborhood concerns. You were at the meeting, right, Greg? And I'd hate to add to them at this point.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we'll make sure that we take a look at the
Thank
noise,
you.
Patty. The new electrical distribution system for the heat pumps, we would have the boiler plant redundancy. If we were to change direction from the air source heat pumps, we would have to look at upsizing the existing generator because, again, it's just like the transformers, right? If you have a higher electrical load, and when you size a transformer, it's similar to sizing the backup generator for the building. But if we stay with the air source heat pumps, we can keep the generator that we have on site now.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, Francie, yeah.
So the heat that comes from the gas boilers would be forced air, and would it travel through the same ducts as the air that comes in from the heat pumps, or would there be two systems completely different?
No, it's like a level of redundancy with the same system, but I'd ask Brian to
Yeah, so that packaged rooftop unit, the air handler unit, that's what would be providing the air to the space. The boilers or the heat pump basically pipe heat to that air handler that heats up the air, and then the air is distributed to the space via that packaged unit.
but we wouldn't
okay.
but we wouldn't need like any sort of redundancy because they would both basically play into that same system.
They distribute through the building through the same system?
Yes.
I see, thank you.
Good question.
Just between the two different boilers to the air handler would be separate, but after that, it would be one system. Okay, thank you.
And with everything, we're trying to time everything to minimize our downtime and, our some sort of accommodations for our space conditioning during that time. On the bottom left, it might be a little bit hard to read on this graphic, but there's an existing split condensing unit that services the RTU, the rooftop unit, right? And so that's what I was referencing. That's here on the grounds on this picture. That's where the air source heat pumps would go. We'd replace this. This is a very large air handling unit that's on the roof here. That would get replaced, and then the existing generator is right here, and that would be able to remain if we stayed with the air source heat pumps. We have the same graphic that we had for the library for our options here. And again, I have that same bar chart, but essentially when they took a look at the modeling for this building, if we went with the gas backup and the air source heat pumps, we'd go from 2,500 metric tons down to 56, which represents a 98% carbon reduction. Our 25-year HVAC costs were the cheapest by a bit of by a pretty good bit compared to the electric resistance boiler only option. And it also was about $500,000 difference in implementation costs. But still over that 25-year horizon, the energy costs and that first costs are lowest for the air source heat pumps with the gas backup.
Yeah, I could see the 2% use of the gas in the, not the 98% efficiency improvement.
Yeah. So, the Bowman team did do a lot of energy modeling through this, and so I wanted to hand it over to Brian and Jacob briefly just to run down what they did to get us all of those numbers that I just went over.
Great, welcome.
Sure. Yeah, my team worked on the energy modeling, and we kind of sewed together information from some site visits. We pulled in everything out of Peter's great work and some of the other preliminary studies, all existing blueprints, and building automation, the computer systems that monitor all the building components. We can look at when things are turning on and off, and that can help inform our energy modeling. So we got one computer simulation to match towards what we were seeing in utility data to match existing conditions. And then we tested out the different options of electric resistance backup, heat pumps with gas electric resistance backup, heat pumps with gas backup, and then heat pumps with electric backup to generate the values we saw on the previous slides. And we discussed how the building was operating with operations staff, where some sticking points were, and Brian's team worked that into the design considerations, and we worked that into the energy model. Did you want to go to the next slide, and Brian can talk about some of the cost estimation?
Yeah, so from a cost estimation standpoint, we brought in a sub-consultant who is familiar with the challenges associated in the Aspen area and tried to make it as comprehensive as we could, understanding that depending on which option we go with, there might be some escalation required based on longer lead times, but really looking at hopefully pursuing this project here this year, going into next year.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add on cost estimation is our sub-consultant, does professional cost estimation as part of a company that does GC work. So it's kind of through that same lens of, if they were going to be doing this project, what would they model at this stage of the project to figure out how costs were going to be possible going forward.
And I'm going to throw in my staff caveat always with cost estimating. It's really difficult to do here, especially this early in a project.
Quick question about trying to predict the future of HVAC systems and efficiencies and costs. As ideally electrical systems scale up and become less expensive. Can you even calculate any sort of predictions about that into your calculus when you're doing this? Because this is a 25-year system, right? Is it expected to last about that long, maybe a little bit longer? I guess you can't really project that far, but we're trying to figure out what the trends, this whole airport conversation, for instance, not to bring that up, is about trying to predict the future. Where are things going and what's going to happen? And I'm just wondering, do you guys indulge in any of that, trying to figure out, well, what if heat pumps become more ubiquitous and half the price faster than the gas boilers do?
We have a need to replace our HVAC equipment now on these projects. We're trying to do this one pretty slow so that we can learn from it and be ready as those next generation air source heat pumps and things like that come to market. Right now, I'm not, nor unless someone else on the team has new information, but what we're speccing right now is what that latest and greatest is. And as we look at other buildings in the future, we'll do the same sort of analysis to figure out what that is.
Right.
We are already, we started off with a project history with long ago, and that's always my cautionary tale there, because we've sweated out. We've maybe not sweated out, but the last couple of winters of just trying to make sure that those boilers stay on, and we're going to have one more winter.
It's time to do it.
As we finish up the design process and try to get actually ordering this equipment this fall and winter so that we can execute the project next year.
What's the wait time on this equipment?
I think we have in the schedule somewhere in the tune of about 7 months. Hopefully it would be a little bit faster.
If the dock workers end their strike.
Yeah, so those are all the things that I listen to the news on, and that always gives me a little bit of pause. As one of the next slides is about schedule. That always comes with a caveat that hopefully there's not a strike.
And there
is. Guess
chain,
what?
Supply chain issues. Peter had his hand up. Is that still?
Well, I can maybe add in on this issue of where are we going and heat pumps. The technology is not a brand new technology. We've been using compressors for air conditioning for decades now, and we're just applying it in a different way. So it's not that we're about to see a big leap in technology. And I am talking to a lot of the national manufacturers about what's coming next. I think the big thing is we're trying to figure out how do we make heat pump systems affordable. That's the big thing that as a community of people working on buildings. And I do want to point out that this hybrid approach where we're combining boilers with heat pumps, we're not going to be able to brag that we got 100%. We'll be able to brag that we got to 98%, but the real bragging rights will be that we did it at what would be a significantly lower cost. If we were going to do all heat pumps, even on the very coldest day, we'd have to buy specialty heat pumps that can handle the negative temperatures. And instead of 5 heat pumps, we'd need 8, for example. So significantly more heat pumps of a specialized type, and it would it'd take the heat pump solution into a doubling of the cost. And electric boilers will start to look more interesting, but electric boilers are going to create if we go that way nationally, it's going to solve one problem, but create another that will have skyrocketing winter electrical demand. So I think you guys are really doing something that's on the forefront of trying to figure out how to make this electrification affordable. And I think that's what's very unique and exciting about this project. I do think that heat pumps generally, the prices will go down, but right now the prices are going up because demand for heat pumps is growing relatively rapidly. Right. So I think it's another 5 to 10 years till we start to see significant reduction in the price of the heat pumps as there's a full maturing of the heat pump market. So just to answer in context, I think now's the right time, especially for this hybrid solution, and you guys will definitely be on the forefront of doing that.
Well, it's also if the electric system fails, or at least doesn't, the heat pumps go offline, you've got the gas backup. The redundancy is really nice on a cold day when you don't have electricity. So I love redundancy.
With the generator.
Thank you for that, Peter. Very well said, and I appreciate it, and I think it sounds great. Steve has his hand up, and then maybe another as well. Steve, go ahead.
So I think it's obvious that the middle choice on these, doing the natural gas backup for now, is the way to go, and doing the air source heat pump technology. That's not to say that in the future we might, we could convert to adding more heat pumps designed for colder temperature. We could add an electric boiler if their technology changes in the future and go to all electric. But for now, the economic thing to do and the practical thing to do in both of the instances is to keep the natural gas back up, and we have a huge reduction in our carbon footprint by doing that, and a reduced, better, the figures are better. It costs less over the 25-year period by quite a bit. So I'm in favor of both of those options.
Thanks, Steve. I agree with you. There's another one online, and then I'll get to Patty.
Yeah, I'm just sorry if I missed this, but didn't we already budget a bunch of this in the capital budget for this year?
Yes.
Was it for the full cost, or will we have to do an additional appropriation for this to go forward?
I'll move forward one slide. So our final budget, so as I said, we have some of the things that were exclusions on the estimating are things like owner's contingency. And so when we get to our implementation costs plus our remaining design budget plus some level of contingency, these are the numbers that the board will see in your budget presentations in a few weeks. In your AIS, I also broke it down differently, where I had where the money had come from as the appropriation. So last year's was from REMP, and then also through a DOLA grant. And then the 2025 appropriations for the HHS building would be about $340,000, and then for the library it would be $657,000. With the REMP coming in at the pace that it is, the general fund will cover that, and then the REMP fund will pay back over time to the general fund for those costs.
Great, thanks.
Sounds good.
Can I know?
Patty.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the direction you're going, and I appreciate it. I do have one point. I want to make sure we do public notices in the neighborhood of the Human Health Services building, so the neighbors know we're going to be doing major construction up there. Just to give them a heads up. Better to inform them ahead than have them come back after the fact, if that's okay. And the other one, on your key discussion items, you say, does the board support pursuing a backup generator, which I think we're supporting, and associated agreements with the city of Aspen to service the library. What's that?
So, as I mentioned earlier, the library and the parcel that it sits on, that building takes up most of that footprint. So to be able to site a generator, there's a pretty high probability that we will have to get an easement from the city of Aspen on one of their parcels to actually be able to park that thing out there.
And I know we have an issue at some portion somewhere, maybe the library building, of weight because of the parking structure. Is there going to be, there was an issue before about, when we were building the library, none of you were here then, I don't think.
No, well, when we did the addition onto the library, I know we had to reinforce with
Right.
carbon fiber some of the supports. I don't know that this would be enough additional, but is that your question?
Yes,
Like,
it
is
is.
adding this to the roof or to the structure? And we can double check that.
Yeah,
I
just
doubt
make sure,
it would
because
push
I
us
just
over
remember that
on
was
that.
an issue and an expense.
So what we did do is we cited that on the older section of the library. The Bowman team did look at the structural loads that would be on the roof, and the roof will be able to accept that.
Okay.
At HHS, we will probably have to do a little bit of reinforcing to the roof to get there.
And I know we've had multiple issues with the roof at the library, so I want to make sure we don't do anything to disrupt the integrity that took us a few rounds to get it done right. So, thanks.
Thank you, Patty.
Appreciate it. This is really well done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Only other thing I was just going to show you all is that top schedule is what it sounds like we're going with, which is the option one. And so
Oh, yeah.
we're a little bit behind what's represented here, but this team has had to do a bit of the task 2 schematic design to get these numbers as dialed as we have them right now. So we hope that can be a bit expedited. And through early winter, we're going to be approaching the authorities having jurisdiction over these buildings about permitting and all of those sorts of activities on these projects.
Rich has his hand up. Rich?
Yeah, I was just going to mention quickly before we move away from the roof. GR, I believe Bowman, you'd said that we had an acoustics consultant on board to take a look at that. I know there's been concerns. Certainly, I don't want to bring up a bad topic here, but with the distillery and the noise, by moving those up on the roof, I know we have some residents right across the alley there. So I think if we got costs in there to protect some acoustics around that as well.
We can take a look at that with the wall up there. I was worried more originally about the view plane, but yeah, we can take a look at that with the acoustics, Rich, and see if that's going to be any louder than the existing rooftop unit that's there.
Great.
Okay, yeah. I just
Thanks,
think we need to
Rich.
keep that in mind as we're going through it. With the neighborhood up at HHS, don't want to create that same issue. So thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Steve, was that your hand up again?
Oops.
Oh, was that a note? Steve, was that, were you
I
there?
owe you donuts.
You owe us donuts. Good, okay. We'll take them. All right.
Eating
They're looking at
donuts?
this project schedule. It looks like we
can't eat
save a year
donuts.
by using option 1.
Yes.
And it's not, yeah, okay. I think I understand it, but I want to make sure,
That's what you're seeing.
Are we making huge sacrifices to save a year?
We're going with the more economical project as well.
Right, excellent, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. Well done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Anyone from Bowman or Peter, do you have any additional comments?
Well, one thing with saving a year actually, saves a lot more carbon probably than over the entire lifespan of the all electric equipment would save. So 1 year of getting that 98% reduction, offsets a lot more carbon over, if you consider this construction schedule within your 30-year accounting.
Right, yeah, good
So
point.
I think
Thanks.
that is another argument for the hybrid approach.
Thank you, and thank everyone for their work on this. It's really great, and I think we're on the right track. I'm very comfortable.
Well, thank you.
It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Remember our first conversations about, trying to take care of the library and heat pumps. It all seemed so impossible, and you guys figured out how to make it possible and likely
poor,
and
poor
work.
Jody at that meeting when she was talking about it, and I said, well, what kind of boilers are you talking about? She
Right.
was kind of like, gas?
Right. There you go.
She
Well,
ducked
thank
under the
you.
table. All right, thanks,
On that
guys. Good
note,
job.
though, if we were just to sort of do what everybody else was doing, what would that cost us?
Oh, gas boilers are pretty cheap. We don't get the same level of redundancy that we have here, Kelly. So it's really hard to just spit out a number that's apples to apples. But the gas boilers themselves are a couple $100,000 plus the generator plus all of the things at the library. We're still probably somewhere in that. I really hate to throw a number out right now.
Don't stop. Cut your losses. Run away.
Escape.
Our money where our mouth is, right? And invest in solutions instead of creating more problems at the immediate savings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, I think it makes sense. Steve, we're sending him out the door. One last thing. You get the last word.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I always run into Jason Auslander, who now works for Black Hills Energy. So he is always talking to me about natural gas and pushing natural gas and saying, why is Pickens County wanting to go towards net zero? And he says Black Hills Energy is doing all this great stuff for, reducing their carbon footprint or whatnot. So next time I see him, which will be at, a Club 20 meeting, he's always there now. I'll be able to tell him we're doing this project where we're still keeping natural gas as part of it. So that will be a little small token. I won't tell him how much we're actually reducing the natural gas consumption, but it will please him that we're still using some natural gas. I just wanted to let you all know what Jason is up to.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, thank you all.
Thanks,
Thanks
everyone.
for coming. See you soon. Okay, we're going to take a short break. Is that what we've got right here? We do. We've got a short break. We'll be back about 3:17 for Highway 2 intersection conversations. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's 3:19, and we're going into Highway 82 intersections, State Highway 82 intersections.
Tony's not here. What
Smith
the hell?
Way and Lazy Glen.
We got
Andrew
Tony.
Knapp, Brian Pettit, and
Mark Funnell from CDOT.
Mark Bell. Welcome. Thanks for
Hi,
coming
guys.
Thank you.
up. Thank you for being here. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Greg. Brian Pettit, the Public Works Director, and we're here to talk about two intersections on Highway 82 that we've talked about before. One's down by Lazy Glen, where we have a safety problem, and one's at Smith Way, Juniper Hill Road, and Highway 82. I think the Lazy Glen intersection is a little easier to discuss because all we're wanting to do there is to place an up valley acceleration lane.
Right.
Out of Lazy Glen, so people have a little place to recover and they're not sitting in the median waiting for traffic to open up.
An uphill acceleration lane, yeah, that was the problem.
So you turn out of Lazy Glen and go left and cross over.
Oh, on that side, I see.
Yeah.
Up valley. And I will stop for a second. All we're looking for today is concurrence from the board to submit for a highway safety grant.
Got it.
So with board's concurrence today, we will submit for the grant and hopefully be successful if the board would like that to happen.
Great. Now, as an addendum to that comment, are these proposals then experimental, or are they? Would be the actual change that would be implemented.
This is the change that we're recommending to complete based on the traffic engineer's recommendation from CDOT. That's correct.
Okay, great. Take it
You're
away.
going to explain it, right?
Yeah, we're going to explain it completely. Let the engineers talk about that later on. I just want to give some history about Smith Way because, again, that's the more complicated area and, frankly, the place we've had more accidents and fatalities over the years. McLean Flats represents a relief valve for the entrance to Aspen, and we have several thousand cars a day using Smith Way and McLean Flats to go into town because of the backups on the entrance to Aspen. But we've had safety issues at this intersection since the highway was four-laned. That's when we first started seeing accidents in that location. At that time, the county Board of County Commissioners directed me, county staff, to contact CDOT to see if there was a resolution to the problem. I contacted a fellow named Jim Null at the time, and Jim came out and said, hey, we're going to put a signal there, another signal on Highway 82. At that time, the Board of County Commissioners said, we don't want another signal on Highway 82. And as a postscript there, signals do not necessarily make an intersection safer. They just change how it functions. So then we contacted CDOT maybe a decade or more later about safety concerns with Smith Way. And CDOT took action. I think you were there, Andrew, when we widened the median, create a little more recovery room, and a little more stacking on the deceleration lane coming up valley. Right now, in peak travel times, you can see 20 to 25 cars waiting to turn left at that location.
Yeah,
and during that time, you will see people travel past the intersection, take a left through a crossover, and come back and take a right onto Smith Way.
I've seen that.
Right.
That's exactly what we're going to propose to do at that location today.
Got it.
I want to thank CDOT for their partnership in making this proposal because they've seen it as a problem and they've been a partner in creating a solution with us. The last thing I want to say is traffic engineers balance safety concerns with highways with efficient traffic movements. Typically, traffic engineers design efficient traffic flow. In this case, we're prioritizing the cause of safety at this location over efficient traffic movements
All right.
in order to solve a safety problem. So with that, Andrew and Mark, please show us how this intersection could function.
It seems that if the efficiency is really good, it means they can go faster. Is that
God,
true?
don't even say that.
Well, it is, and so this is like a speed bump.
Right.
It's- Yeah,
This is a
so
slow
like
things
Owl
down.
Creek Road, we had speed problems there. We put 3 speed bumps in and we slowed traffic down.
Right.
We made it less efficient.
Yeah.
Yes, just like I'm asking for somewhere else.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Take it away, guys.
Well,
Thanks for being
that
here.
great introduction and history, Brian. Working with CDOT, we've got the packet attachment here to try and help explain what we're proposing here, because a lot of people in this area may not have seen an intersection of this style before. What we're proposing to do at Smith Way is to close the existing crossover that is being used right now to turn from 82 onto Smith Way, or Smith Way onto 82 or Juniper Hills. And with that closure of that crossover, we would propose to construct additional crossovers up and down valley of the current crossover. So traffic, say you're coming up valley and you want to go down Smith Way to McLean Flats, you would drive past the current crossover to a new crossover, and you do a U-turn onto 82 to head back down valley, and then you turn right onto Smith Way. Same thing if you're coming out of Smith Way and you want to go up valley. First you would turn right to go down valley, proceed to a crossover down valley, and then do a U-turn to come back up valley. And you might ask, well, why do you want to move your crossover locations? What does that really gain you here? And what we're gaining is the reduction of our most severe conflict type, the broadside conflict, which you get from a traditional intersection. And we're trading off that broadside conflict, which leads to our most severe accidents, fatalities, severe injuries. And we're instead trading that off for a merging side swipe accident type, which is a much less severe and risky type of crash with slower speed, less of a speed differential, and less impact energy associated with those accidents.
It's kind of like a pinched roundabout.
I've been telling people it's a similar idea to a roundabout. It's kind of pinched, it's kind of stretched out,
Yeah.
and it has a lot of the same benefits that a roundabout has, but it's going to take much less infrastructure on the highway to accomplish those goals.
Yeah, I see that.
Long about.
I like that, Greg. Oh, that's great. We just named it. You're famous now, Greg.
Yeah, you might prefer that name to the more common name that's Michigan left turn.
We got to call it a longabout.
Mark, I learned this name you had in your memo here. You called it a modified reduced conflict U-turn, which is a bit of a mouthful.
It is.
But it's very descriptive of what we're proposing here. And the impacts for Smith Way would be mirrored for Juniper Hill as well, right? So if you're coming out of Juniper Hill and you want to go down valley, first you must go up valley to the next crossover.
How far is that between the crossovers?
That's a good question. We've got some depictions here. Why don't I just put it
You
on
mean
the
from
screen?
the existing medium to where
For
you
when
do
you
your-
pull out on the highway, how long do you have to change lanes?
Right, that's the question. I've had a couple of people say, but wait a minute, you're still having to merge in traffic and cross-change
to go
lanes, and then
over.
you're still turning around and coming in and joining traffic. But what you're saying is a side swipe is much preferable to being a T-bone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Your outcome of a side swipe accident is going to be much better than a T-bone
But
accident.
also you have to change lanes in the less constricted lanes. Because you have to change lanes in the morning in the down valley lane and in the afternoon in the up valley lane. So it's against traffic. You don't have the bumper to bumper 70 mile an hour
Right, and if you-
situation.
That's correct.
And is it doing any harm to the access for all the activity that's going on out at the
Cozy Point?
Cozy Point?
So there's some potential implications for the secondary Cozy Point access, not Juniper Hills, but the access just up valley from there.
Yeah.
That access is currently gated, and it is by their land use approvals slated for future permanent closure at that location.
So they already know that.
They already know that. I have been in conversation with Aspen's Parks Department to discuss this proposed intersection and the potential implications on that access.
Right, thank you.
But if
So everybody on that side would enter at Juniper Hill.
It's up for the Aspen to come up with their closure plan for that access point. They might need to do some additional internal improvements on that property.
So you can access those little homes. That
So
are
I
there.
can't speak for what they're going to plan to
That's
do
your,
there.
that's your ideal?
Yeah, ideally it would be off of Juniper Hill.
Okay.
Can I ask if I'm coming out from Juniper Hill and I want to go to Smithway, so I would make a right, I'd merge over and then do the crossover. If I miss that opportunity because of traffic, I could always go to the signal
Brush Creek.
at Brush Creek and do a UE there.
Mhm.
The other way around, you got to go down to like Wildcat.
I want to ask Steve.
Well,
Steve,
can
go
I
ahead,
answer
and
the
then we'll
previous question
get these guys
before?
back on track. Oh, sorry. Sure, you can.
Yeah, the
go ahead.
question was kind of how much out of direction travel
Mm-hmm.
would be associated with this change. And I'll emphasize these are very preliminary designs, as you can tell by looking at them. But it's about 5,000 feet, 4,900 feet to make the circuit through the turnaround to get back to Smithway.
Wow, that's
So-
almost a mile.
So it's about a mile of out of direction travel that's being added
In total.
in total.
In total.
A couple minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to say before Andrew goes further into the design, these are not new. These have been in Michigan since the 60s. And we're not really testing anything. We're just applying a new thought here at this intersection. So
But we don't have to name it after Michigan, right? Okay.
But then, real quick, what would happen to the existing median? Would it be used by anybody for anything?
This would be something that would be fleshed out through the design process. I think we'd have to be very careful of leaving it in any shape or form because people are
would
going to
use it.
use it if
Yep.
it's available.
Right. Yeah.
So it would probably be
Guardrail.
Extend the median or.
Because you're going to have to extend some acceleration, deceleration lanes
Right. That's what he's talking about here.
on both up and down Valley and 82.
Steve, is your question
Thank you.
pertinent to the deceleration, acceleration? Do you want to ask it now, or do you want to?
Well, yes, and
Uh-oh.
I think it's maybe answered, but I'm trying to envision this, 1,000 feet to get down to the crossover. Maybe it's more, you mentioned like a 1 mile in each direction. That's what I was trying to envision. But this is really similar to the concept of the discussion about what to do with the cemetery lane traffic if they are coming into a one-way out of Aspen over the Castle Creek Bridge Road, that they would have to go down to the roundabout, do their U-turn there to then get headed into Aspen. The same concept as that, exactly. But that would go through a roundabout. This is going through Michigan U-turn kind of a thing.
Roundabout.
More cut. Okay.
Yeah, and just to re-emphasize Brian's earlier point, this is not an operational project. This is a safety-focused project. And what Mark, and you can chime in, has shown in their research is up to 35% reduction in accidents at this intersection with this improvement here.
Okay.
And those accidents that do occur would be less severe than the broadside.
Yes.
All right. Keep going.
So what we're showing here is the kind of the down valley path with almost 1,000-foot acceleration lane. Mark's team has been making sure there's adequate time and space for the merging maneuvers across both lanes to get to a deceleration lane here and the new crossover. And then you would have an acceleration lane to get back up to highway speed and merge back into general traffic. And what you'll see on the up valley side here is pretty closely mirrored what we saw on down valley with the proposed acceleration lanes, space for lane changing, and deceleration lanes to new crossover points.
And so you're accelerating on the inside, on the left side, like
Go to the next,
like when you
next
pull
sheet.
out at
Next sheet here.
Aspen Glen, on the way to Glenwood, they have that merge lane there, you pull out Aspen Glen going
Yes,
towards Glenwood.
on the
It's on the, yeah.
depending on where you're entering the roadway. So there will be some additional acceleration lanes added to the median area, which is shown in this graphic here. It might be a little hard to see the contrast on it, but there's a proposed up valley acceleration lane in the median here, so you can get up to speed before merging into general
And
traffic
then
lane.
before you merge to the right.
Before you merge to the right, yeah, and regain general laneage through there.
If
Oh,
there
yeah,
was
there's
not an
another one down
acceleration
there, too.
lane coming
that's a
out of the
great idea.
U-turn, it would be no different than
kind of what we've got.
crossing over and having broadsides.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, Cattle Creek has that too. When you pull out of Cattle Creek onto 82, it's the same thing.
Yeah, they have median acceleration lanes
Yeah.
in that location.
Hey, Kelly?
Yeah, this is interesting. So these are shaped like U-turns as opposed to crossover. You know, like we have those crossovers that I think are intended for like public safety generally. Sometimes people do a Michigan left on them, but is that so? Is that what these will be shaped like, or will they truly look like what you see here on the screen, where you don't even sort of stop to make a left, you just swing into a U-turn?
So it is a funky looking sort of crossover, but that is for kind of a medium-sized truck to be able to swing through it. But yeah, the intent is that you would be able to roll through this and just make a nice smooth U-turn.
Keeping your eye on the traffic going.
Yeah, so we don't have anything like this up Valley currently, right? Is there an example on 82?
I don't think we have anything like this in Region 3 on the western slope of Colorado.
We don't.
Here we are, the guinea pigs again.
Long about.
I think it sounds like a great workable idea. What happens if we find it isn't accepted or workable? Can we reopen the existing quagmire of intersection?
So maybe you want to talk on the grant process and
Yeah.
design and all that?
Well, to answer that point, usually we want to be fully committed. Because if we're like, maybe we'll hang back a bit, that gives the public the lack of confidence. But in this sense, maybe we could put barrier across the median and just say, hey, we haven't gotten to tearing it out yet. We're fully intending to, but if there was a problem, we could go back. But I'm 100% confident this is a better solution. So I would want to propose that we are confident this is going to work. So
I think for many reasons, it's a better solution.
Isn't it your decision, CDOT's?
They like to have community input.
we support this, but CDOT would not move forward on this on our own. We would like the Pitkin County to support it also.
Pitkin County meeting the commissioners or public hearings?
We don't have to have public hearings.
I know, that's what I'm trying to find out.
I think we're looking for the commissioners to support this design.
All right, great.
I had a question, just, so these crossovers, or the U-turn opportunities you have here are designed so that somebody coming up Valley couldn't dash across on that, opposed to traffic, and get back in the down Valley lane.
Meaning,
well, the
you
previous
couldn't make
slide.
a U-turn in the wrong direction.
Right, yeah. So say somebody coming up Valley goes, hey, I want to get over that, head back down to the last intersection, whatever.
Be a one-way U-turn.
It would be crossing the opposite direction. Is that a possibility, and is it a threat that we need to be concerned about?
You'd have a head-on collision.
It is certainly a possibility, and that is an aspect of design that would be looked at.
Right.
To how do you
The radius ought to be set so it would be really hard to do that.
prevent it or strongly discourage it. You know, there's
Doesn't mean people might not.
yeah.
Right.
And there are, several other crossovers in the vicinity
Yeah.
that, if someone needed to use, they're still available. It's not like this would be seen as their only option to turn around.
They could go to the next one, which would be the
Or to
appropriate
the same up
direction.
Brush Creek and turn around.
Yes.
Right, got it.
It's only
Okay. Steve
half a
has his
mile away.
hand up now. Go ahead,
A
Steve.
couple of comments, or first of all, question, would this in any way line up with Pointing Flats Road on the Down Valley crossover? Would it line up exactly opposite Pointing
Not
Flats
that far
Road
down.
potentially? Would that make it more confusing or safer or anything?
That's a really good question, Steve. That's something Mark and I discussed on whether or not you would want these crossovers to utilize existing crossover points, maybe save some construction costs. That's something we absolutely do not want to have line up because that would add additional conflicts at these crossover points.
Create the incentive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You want to jump to the other crossover?
the other crossover.
It shows a illustration there of.
Yeah.
On this one, we purposely put the U-turn just before this crossover so that that one can remain open as access for that property, but we don't want folks passing through the U-turn. So we would want the U-turns completely separate, not near any access.
Right.
Okay, and then, thanks for that. I was curious about that, and I think I see your logic, and I would agree with you on this safety aspect of that. It would add another level of confusion, and there'd be more accidents if we put them at the same location. This kind of reminds me of that X thing down by Business Loop and I-70 in West Grand Junction.
The diverging diamond.
Which is a new traffic concept, and I've looked at that thing and I cannot wrap my head around it, but it really works well, and I can't figure out sort of why that works. It's a new concept in routing traffic that makes it work better, but I think it'll take the public a little while to get used to the concept, but then they would accept it.
Diverging diamond is what that.
Diverging diamond?
Yeah, that's what it's called, and your traffic crosses over to the opposite side of the road, and it allows people to make left turns without crossing traffic, after, of course, having crossed traffic to be on the wrong side of the road.
Oh my God, that sounds like a disaster.
Okay, on the way to Fruta.
Yeah. You'd think so, but you drive it and it just works, and it works pretty well.
I'm going down that way, and the 19th I'll have to have no, I won't. My son-in-law will be driving. I'm not letting him drive.
I have to go check that out.
Okay.
Funding.
Funding.
TPR, can we?
Oh, well, Mark's
We have a better option than that. So there's a funding source.
Sorry, can I ask another design question before we move on?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm wondering, how close does it get on the Up Valley side to the Brush Creek Road intersection? And is there, explain whether or why that isn't used as a U-turn there?
I forget the exact distance between this and Brush Creek. It would certainly be possible to shift that U-turn all the way down to, or all the way up to the Brush Creek intersection. But there is that dedicated bus left turn lane that does make it a little more challenging, because then you'd have all these U-turn cars needing to be in that lane, and it would be much farther than necessary to travel to make that U-turn. So
yeah, there'd be much more out of direction travel. There's, like Mark was saying, additional conflicts with the dedicated bus turn into the park and ride, where a lot of U-turning traffic could conflict with that bus movement. And then you're also having that affect your signal operations and trying to push that much more traffic through that left turn phase at the signal, which could further harm operations of that Brush Creek signal.
People might be more likely to pull a U-turn somewhere before that anyway, so.
as is happening now.
Well,
Yep,
and
yep.
every crossover would have to be eliminated, so to ensure that people go all the way to the intended U-turn.
Yeah, that'd be a problem for access to private properties.
I really appreciate the engineering in this.
This is
Let's
great.
keep going on this. Keep going.
It's worth touching on. You know, there are going to have to be some access changes to properly implement this concept here, and we wanted to be upfront with those and show them in the packet here. We're showing that the crossover immediately down valley of the current Smithway crossover would need to be closed so people don't try and shortcut through that crossover. That property would have to use the same traffic flow as the rest of traffic, utilizing the intersection through there. And then on the Up Valley side is the discussion about the Cozy Point access. Even if that access remains open, we would want to remove that current crossover, and they would have to utilize the dedicated turnaround for the new intersection as well in that location.
And you've had that conversation with the city?
I have had that conversation with the city. They didn't take a formal opinion on it, but they seemed receptive.
What about the impacted private property owner? That's, I can't remember their name, the Red Barn House.
I don't know.
Is there any way we could provide them an access through their property to the intercept lot just for their use only? Just a thought. Then they wouldn't have to go down to the intersection and come back around. They could just go behind their property and right out into the intercept lot.
Is that the Sanditon property?
Sanditon's, yeah. Just a thought.
Yeah, they've already talked about that access availability if it were to be redeveloped, the Sanditon property, that they would want to access through.
We did that
Brush
when
Creek
the
Park and
Jewish
Rec.
Center came in.
And I
That might
think
be a thought
that
for them in
may,
this case.
is that this property here?
Yeah.
They may be retaining their crossover if that's the same.
Okay.
If that's the same property we're discussing.
Yeah, that's what but I thought you were blocking it on that last slide you showed us.
It was a different one, further
Okay.
down valley of the Smithway intersection.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was wondering because there was a pond there and I don't remember a pond being there.
So yeah, this one we're
Okay, yeah, I
showing
can
is
see there's a
immediately
pond.
down valley of the Smithway intersection.
Okay, got it.
But if it were rush hour, they should choose to go up to the turnaround.
That would be the safest maneuver.
They should choose, you're right.
So it seems like, well, I want to make sure you get through it all before we get too many more questions, but.
Yeah, I want to hear what Mark was about to say about the
keep
financing.
Do we want to discuss Lazy Glen before we talk about funding? Because it's kind of the same for
Why don't
They
we,
tied together funding.
let's see if there are any more questions on this before we get to Lazy
course.
Glen. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay, so what's the alternative? One is do nothing. Two, a roundabout in that location is probably prohibitively expensive, but it may not even be physically possible without creating an elevated roundabout, like a cloverleaf, right? You've got a river, you've got Brush Creek running right through that. I'm just wondering, I'm not trying to talk us out of it, because I'd love to have a roundabout there for a bunch of reasons, but it's probably not possible. You're not considering that.
Not at this time. No, we haven't identified any great alternatives that truly address safety at this intersection. You know, that you frequently hear traffic signal being brought up as the alternative. That is not a safety improvement. That wouldn't necessarily make this safer.
Right.
And a roundabout, as you said, is going to be much more expensive than we have funding for that we could potentially qualify
And
for.
is that because of the drainage through there, or is it just because roundabouts are more expensive?
There's going to be higher traffic impacts. There's going to be more impacts to Brush Creek. It's going to be a much more impactful project to construct.
And wouldn't it be an eminent domain problem with people's property to do a roundabout?
Might be with easements.
Yeah.
Well, and two, with roundabouts, you want to see kind of equal traffic going to the legs of the roundabout. Here we have virtually all the traffic on
It's
Highway 82.
all on the 82, right, very little
It just
on-
doesn't
yeah.
warrant itself to have these
82 in
legs that-
Smith Hill, right.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Got it, okay. Thank you. If there are no other questions, we can go to Lazy Glen.
I don't want to do, okay. I'm
Yeah, we
dying
gotta
to know the
find out.
finances.
We'll keep you on the edge of your seat.
Depends on who's paying.
That's why I know.
So at Lazy Glen, what we are proposing is in line with what has been frequently requested from the residents of that subdivision. And that's the addition of an up valley acceleration lane for traffic leaving Lazy Glen and heading up valley to be able to safely get up to speed and merge into general traffic. You see it every day right now, people stranded in that median area as a high volume, high speed traffic flies by and they're looking for a gap. And some people, when their patience wears thin, makes bad decisions and choose gaps poorly, leading to severe accidents at this location. One thing to call out to your attention on this is that to properly implement this up valley acceleration lane, we would want to close the next up valley left turn lane that goes to the backside of Lazy Glen. There used to be a plant nursery at this property.
Lazy Glen Plant Nursery.
That access would remain open in a right-in, right-out configuration to help serve emergency egress and angler parking at the pedestrian bridge at that location. But the reason we would want to remove that crossover is because the proposed acceleration lane, you can see, overlaps that left turn lane, and that would lead to additional conflicts and potential accidents at that location. So to have the safest implementation of this, we would want to remove that left turn lane. And, you know, there is internal connectivity from Lazy Glen to that access point. And if for whatever reason you absolutely had to turn left, if you're going up valley into this access, you could continue to Old Snowmass traffic signal to do a U-turn to be able to turn into that.
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I stop there a lot because I love that bridge and I love that section of river. When you're making a right in, it's really difficult because you can't see the road because you're coming in and the road pitches. If we could improve that, because if we're gonna have more people doing a right in, that's really sketchy that people actually stay on that road there. So we need to think about it, because when I drive in there, my little Subaru, I turn in, it's just by the grace of God I stay on the road to get down there, because you can't see the pitch to get down and around. If not, I don't know if you could cut the acceleration lane shorter and keep that left turn in open, but if you can do some improvements on that, the down to get to that parking lot, I think that'd be safer, especially if you're gonna have more right turns in there.
Does it have access to the rest of Lazy Glen?
Yeah, you can get, there's a back road in Lazy Glen, so you can get through that way. But you don't wanna drive through the Lazy Glen neighborhood, that back road, Lazy Glen's pretty narrow and lots of activity back there.
Yes.
Sounds like you need about 1,000 feet for an acceleration lane, is that right?
There's probably a standard.
960 feet is what we got identified here on the graphic, plus a 222-foot taper, which is the end of the acceleration lane pulling back in to the main line.
Well, you need
And
to-
in preparation for this meeting and discussion, I did make that left turn from the up valley acceleration lane, and it was gripping because you have very little sight distance of traffic coming down valley, because 82 is separated grade just up valley from there, where up valley is above down valley, and there's a pretty big retaining wall.
Yeah.
And you don't have much time before traffic's popping out from behind that retaining wall.
Well, you need to be a short woman in a small car making that right turn and see how gripping that is.
So just to make sure I'm clear, you're talking about the right turn right there.
I'm talking the right turn going east the right turn to go down into the parking lot at the pedestrian bridge.
Heading down
there.
down
Yeah.
Valley on
Where it says
82.
convert to right in, right out only.
Okay.
That right turn, it's a slope. That road comes around, and you're lucky you can stay between going down into Lazy Glen or into the ditch that runs along the highway.
Yeah, so there, what she's describing is there's a very steep grade break between 82 and that access.
Yeah.
And that access comes like very steeply up into 82. So you know the access is there, but you can't see it until you're
Exactly.
practically on it.
Okay.
I
You're
can't
holding
make
your
any
breath.
commitments to that, but that's something we could look at as
Please
part of
look
the
at that,
design
because if
process.
you're gonna have more right ins there, which you will, if you close off the left access option, you're gonna have more people turning
And you
right.
don't have a deceleration lane, right? So you pull in pretty fast?
Correct. There's currently no decel lane for that
There's
secondary
a
access.
reasonable shoulder, but then that puts you closer to the right turn, so.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it's not an access we want to encourage people to use.
Right.
It's pretty low traffic right now with the closure of that nursery. And I think it's important to keep it open, but we don't want to push.
Because I don't
additional people.
drive through Lazy Glen to get down there.
Yeah.
I use that. But I have one other thing. I loved your terminology of fisher folk. Wanted you to know I like that.
I don't think you can see me, but I have a comment.
Oh, yeah, Steve, there you go.
Thanks, Greg.
I totally agree with Patty on that. When we turn in there is when we're doing the highway cleanup from there up on the 1 mile of highway that we clean up every spring. And there's a Jersey barrier right there. And it is tricky. You can, if there's traffic behind you, it is like a little bit scary to slow down enough to get turned into there, because then it's a really hard right turn to get going down the little driveway there. It is a tricky place. If there were a deceleration lane, even a short distance would help on that maneuver. But I don't know if there's room to even do that there.
Yeah, we haven't gone very far down the design process for any of these intersections. You know, CDOT has done a lot of conceptual layouts to make sure it can fit, would work, it's feasible. If we decide to move forward, then we would go through the formal design process and be able to better flesh out these details as part of that.
Is there any implication if there was future development on the west side of the highway there? We can see that entrance. Just wondering does that complicate things?
I
His cursor
don't
is?
believe so, because they currently already have a dedicated left turn lane down valley left turn lane to access that property, and we're not proposing to change that.
Okay, great, thanks. Good question. Okay, so on to
Money.
the people want to know what it costs.
I just want to know how we're going to pay for it.
We don't know what it's going to cost. We have not run any of that. However, we've run the benefit cost calculation that is used to determine safety funding. And this one is
Smith Way.
Smith Way. So we're showing anywhere from 7.8 to 4.4 million dollars that it would qualify for. Which means it would qualify for. That doesn't mean that's what it's going to cost, but under the rules for the safety funding, it could get up to that much. And then let's hop over to Lazy Glen. Lazy Glen, they're kind of in the middle. $2.7 million is what it would qualify for. And kind of the backside of those calculations is that there's a number assigned to a fatal crash, a severe injury crash, medium injury, minor injury, and all the way down to just property damage only. And so a fatal crash is valued at almost $2 million. So in each of these intersections, there's one fatality factored into that, and that really bumps the number up that it qualifies for. So this HSIP, it stands for Highway Safety Improvement Program funding, and the CDOT Region 3 gets a certain amount each year, and then half of that is allocated to local agencies to assist with their safety projects. So as was mentioned, the thing for tonight is for the council to, not council, commissioners to decide if they want to pursue that. And so then if you do, then the county would submit an application, and if accepted, then you would get a certain amount of this funding to go towards the project. And that's how I would propose that you fund some or potentially all of it. Like I said, there's a certain amount that has to go to locals, and so you're competing against everybody else in this region of CDOT. But the track record has been that there has not been more applications come in than the amount of funding over the last few years.
So if it paid for most of, but not all, where's the all coming from? Any remainder would be coming from?
Pitkin County.
We have a road improvement budget of not enough.
Like 1.2 million
So-
or something, it's not very much.
So, obviously, we would have to work through that based on the grant award. The grant award itself does not create an obligation for the county to appropriate funds, but
Right.
you know, at this point, there is small fund balance, which you're going to see in the Road and Bridge Fund. It would most likely need to be a transfer from general fund balances. We do have our 2025 proposed budget coming forward. We do have some reserves, but I think it would be, you know, appropriate for the board to see what that gap is for these improvements, and then decide whether the board wanted to make a resolution appropriating funds and
So
accepting the
any
grants.
other opportunities for funding?
Well, yes, and I would say, assuming there's a gap.
Assuming there's a
there,
gap.
there
Yeah,
may
yeah,
not be
just-
any gap based on the cost benefit for both intersections. They may be able to fully fund it through the safety improvement program. So, yes, and that's through our TPR, we could lobby for.
So let me know what
funding
I
there.
can do to help. But I think we definitely should apply for the funding.
Nancy?
Well, I think having to put out a little extra money is first of all, it doesn't sound like it's a high-risk situation. It sounds like probably we can cover this with the funds we're going to get. And I think given the severity of the accidents, that is a gruesome metric that you put out, by the way, about one fatality, and that's horrible. I get it, but it's tough. So anyway, given the fact that we've had fatalities, we've had a lot of our community members talking about this, including anybody who commutes and sees that left lane packed up at Smith Way in a lane where people are driving 70 miles an hour, and suddenly there's cars right in front of you stopped. I mean, it's a pretty desperate situation during rush hour. I would absolutely be in favor of applying for these funds and going further with this. I really appreciate the engineering. It looks right on to me, and as a commuter, I think it looks great.
What else do you need in the process for CDOT? You just need our letter of approval, I suppose, but then you start moving forward with it.
It would be a matter of the county formally submitting the application when that time.
You're advising that we do that.
Oh, I think
Yes.
we,
Yes,
yeah.
and that's
Okay.
something I would work on to submit to CDOT.
Great. So do you need a
Gosh,
thumbs
thank
up
you,
from
guys.
us?
We would love a thumbs up from you.
Okay, who's thumbs up? Anybody?
Let us know what we can do to help.
Got mine.
Okay, Steve, Francie,
Oh,
Patty,
definitely.
me, Kelly. I don't know where you are, but
Can I ask real quick?
Yeah.
Can you, if we were to pay, if there was any gap, which we would love it if there wasn't, but if there was, could we pay out of general fund monies and get repaid by TPR funds?
Let's see what the gap is, if there
Okay.
is any, and go
Just
from there.
a thought. I mean, I'm not going to say no if we have to use some believe it or not, general fund monies, because every life makes a difference and every life counts.
Yeah. Timeline?
Well, let me throw another aspect into the funding so that you're full disclosure. This region of CDOT gets only $3 million of HSIP funding, so there's $1.5 million available to the locals, just so you understand where that sits. And like I said, we have not run any numbers on what this will cost, but I would not anticipate getting 1.5 million, because we usually have at least one or two other applications that come in, and
We
it
can
needs to
be pretty
spread out.
insistent on a
And
good
that's for
day.
both, that's for all of it, 1.5 million toward the entire cost of both.
1.5
entire
million to
district.
spread across local
That's
agents.
what's spread across all of CDOT Region
Right,
3.
oh, got it, right.
15 counties.
Right.
But like I said, there's been years we've had no applications, despite me out there pushing it and saying, what do you got? How can we help? The 6 years I've been doing this, we've only had 1 year where we had more requests than the amount of funding that was available.
That's amazing.
So
And
we
what's
should
the
go for it.
timeline on this?
The next call will be for, I think it's fiscal year 28.
28?
So I am all about grabbing the money, which means that if other regions of CDOT are not using their money in 26 or 25, if the project is ready to go, I will pound the door at headquarters and we'll get the money and we'll get it done as soon as design is completed and ready to go.
Great, okay.
So in the interim, can we be looking at TPR funds and get ourselves on that list?
Yes, we can do that.
It never hurts to try whatever we can. And any other opportunities we might be able to have state level or wherever to try and get these projects done.
Is there the potential for multiple years of funding?
Oh, that's a good question.
If you wanted to do multiple, you'd want to submit the two separately.
But we could do that this year. We could submit both projects.
I
Well,
would
he's talking
suggest-
submit to fund the bigger projects, submit applications for partial funding in 1 year and partial funding in the other, on top of the fact we have two projects.
What would you suggest?
I would say submit for both right now and see what happens.
Yeah.
And then if you don't get enough that you can't cover the gap, then come back in a year and pull one of them out and resubmit.
Maybe this is good evidence that we should go back for that road mill levy increase that we lost by how many votes?
Not very many.
11 or something, or
No.
18, or?
I have no exact number, but it wasn't very many.
I really want to thank you guys, because for us to be taking action towards this is really exciting. It's incredible to be responding to the increasing number of complaints we've had about it. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Kelly,
Can I jump in, Greg? I'm not sure if you can see me.
I can, go ahead.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
It's so hard
I
to
just
hear.
want to follow up on something I think I heard, which was if our project was designed and shovel ready, then you could pound down the doors for money from other regions. So I just want to confirm if we need to allocate the money to get to design and shovel ready.
Is that what you said?
Do you need an allocation from us to move forward?
That's a really good question. We had discussed the potential for CDOT to help with the design, but we hadn't hammered out those details.
If you're awarded the HSIP funding, you would be expected to take and do the design. And you can count the cost of design in the application.
Good.
Okay, so
Get her done.
you'll let us know if we need to do anything to expedite things, but it sounds like it's time to go for it.
So just to follow up on what Kelly was asking, is that this is a program administered by CDOT with federal money, and the feds have their thumb on us to make sure that we're spending it. So in any given year that the state has not spent their funding, they're looking for regions that have the projects ready.
God, right.
And I'm always right there trying to take as much as we can to get to this region.
Well done. We're kind of familiar with that, where we
Yes.
trade
No, that's
resources.
great. I guess I just was unclear as to what the definition of ready, like what's the threshold for ready? And if we need to sort of advance money or effort, I'd like us to do that.
I can pull the money 90 days before you're ready to go to add. So at whatever point that you would get close to that, then Andrew and I would be in communication, and I would be talking with headquarters and seeing if we can pull the money from the state fund that is not being utilized.
Can I?
Got it.
Is there any assistance, I don't know, this is really a wide open question. If it's controlled at the end of the day by the feds, We have a senator who sits on the transportation committee at the federal level. I mean, if there's anything we might be able to do to approach that avenue of funding
Write
encouragement.
letters, make calls.
I think we're in good position where it sits
Okay.
right now. with-
But you
Great.
let us know if there's
You'll let
anything
us
comes up.
So I think we're trying to say is we're really eager to do this.
Could you
Thank
tell?
you. Yeah.
Thank you.
We like being really creative over
Thank
here.
you. All right.
Thanks, it was really nice to meet
Thanks
you.
for coming in.
That was just such a high point.
Yeah, what fun.
I know,
Yeah.
thank you, we needed that. We need to
So
get it
great.
fixed, thank you.
Thanks for visiting.
Great suggestions.
So great.
Yeah,
I like it.
appreciate the work you guys are doing.
And I'll
This
get
is
a
good.
booster seat so I can see over my steering wheel when I turn down as I pedestrian.
Okay, I'm
Nice
gonna.
job, Road and
I'm
Bridge.
gonna move us
Yes, thank you.
along here.
All right, thanks, guys.
And thank you for watching Divide. It's looking great.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And
Jan Martin
thank you for
thanked-
posting it, because I was definitely gonna go right out of my driveway. And then I saw it this morning and I said, not going.
Around.
Jan Martin said, thank you, thank you.
It'll get done, yeah.
And thanks for your response to George regarding the fogging. Is it asphalt, what do you call it? Tar fog?
Fog seal? Yeah.
Fog seal,
It's
right. So
asphalt.
the chip seal's gonna get a fog on it, which will make a smoother surface for cyclists.
Correct.
Posting road work on Pitkin Alert, awesome.
Great. It's
I mean,
great feedback.
Just
Thanks,
awesome.
guys.
Yep, thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks for it.
See you, Scott. Okay, so here we are. We are going to do future agendas now.
Gosh, really? We're that far?
We
Yep,
are.
we're
I
getting
know
there. So I just have a few items for you.
Oh, hold on. Hey there. Quiet in the back yet. Next January.
Screwing around over there.
God,
So-
they're already in trouble.
Club 20 meeting on Wednesday morning at City Hall.
Tomorrow.
Currently, that is tomorrow, actually. It's currently not noticed. It looks like Steve and Francie will be attending. We wanted to make sure no other board members were planning on
And this
going.
is where we,
Pick
where
our
they take a
voting
vote for
member.
who's gonna be a voting member, and so it's Steve now. Oh, Steve will be on his way out.
He
That's right.
wants to maintain his voting membership. He's gonna
Even
stay
after?
on Club 20 after he leads. But you're on, right, Steve? You can talk about yourself. Are you still on, Steve?
Michaela, is Steve there?
Who's the other rep we have from Pickens County? Is Rachel still
Rachel.
on?
Steve left.
Okay, well, anyway, so he wants to stay on after he's no longer a commissioner, and he wants to maintain his ability to vote. That's what he wrote to me this week.
So we'd have to appoint him, is that it?
No, he has to be, you
No,
have to be
I
voted in.
would still represent us.
You can only have 2 people from Pickens County on
Rachel's
it.
leaving, I think.
Oh, she is. Are you sure?
I think that's what Steve wrote to me this morning.
So
I'll
he'd
tell
be-
you tomorrow after the
Okay,
meeting.
we can find out. Yeah,
Because he'd
okay.
be doing what Rachel did. She did that when she
Yeah,
left our
if
board.
those two want to stay on there, and you don't need me there, that would be fine.
Okay, let's see what
That's
happens.
an option I didn't even think of.
Okay, what else you got?
Okay. And then, Kelly, you may want to speak to this also, but CCI legislative, there's going to be voting occurring on the CCI legislative items and prioritization. We did not get a follow-up with the board scheduled to update on those CCI issues. That's something we could either try and do today, or we do have the special meeting on Thursday that we could maybe
I have to leave
add
Thursday when
into.
we're done. I mean, added to what was supposed to be a really short special meeting, and now it's gonna not be short.
I don't feel comfortable voting on some of the bills proposed without some input on this board. I don't think we have to go through all of them. There's a handful that I think we can just abstain, and there's a handful that, I feel fairly clear on what direction we would take. But then there's some that I don't know how you all would feel about it.
How many
So I was gonna suggest, if we don't have time today, that I would send that out to you all with just my notes on what I would propose our positions be, and we can give you some time to look over them and maybe do a quick run through on Thursday. Or if Patty, you wanted to send me your notes.
How many
you know,
bills are we
separately.
talking about going through?
It's the CCI
I
legislative
know, but I want to know
issues,
how
yeah.
many.
Kelly, how many were you hoping to get guidance on, or that?
Oh, probably like 6.
We'd probably do that today.
Kelly, would you be prepared to do that during open discussion today?
I can try.
Yeah, if the board's open to that, and we can parking lot this. I had it as future agendas because
Yeah, I
we're
think Kelly-
looking at
Have P and Z
Thursday.
in here at 5 o'clock.
Well, we've got 45 minutes, so I think we're okay.
And then it does look like the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, and this is more heads up right now, does have a meeting that will be attended now on October 10th. So we'll start looking for a date to follow up with the sheriff on the recommendations of the CJCC and jail project after that. And that's all I have for future agendas.
I have one, Greg.
Go ahead, please.
What's happening with the county attorney interviews?
So we've got, we actually have Drew and Melissa, they're going to join us for open discussion to talk about that.
Because
Yeah.
we still have the date reserved, and we forgot to ask the applicants if they were available those dates.
So that,
Kind of need them in the room if we're going to interview them.
well, yeah, those conversations are happening, and so we're looking to get clarity from you all on process too.
Okay, because we know the 21st isn't going to work.
It's open discussion today.
Yeah, okay, I'll wait because I thought we already had made a decision at one of our meetings, but it's not being very well organized, and then we wanted to get this done, and I'm kind of concerned that we're not getting it done. But I'll wait.
Yeah, and I know Rich wasn't in that meeting, and I wasn't either, so we're going to try and get some guidance from you today. Hey, that's all I have on future agendas.
Steve's hands up.
You all may have heard about Capitol Creek Road being closed, and the county road and bridge is working on it. I don't know if you can see this picture. That shows it's up almost to the cow camp up on the Forest Service property. That's the damaged part of the road that is being repaired, and it's like you need a high clearance 4-wheel drive to get through there the way it is right now. And it's a total mess. There's 2 big holes about that same size on opposite sides of the road. So that, just so you know, that they have closed the road, and the county road crew is working on that right now.
Thanks, Steve.
Is that up past your place, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's clear up. It's about a couple miles into the Forest Service. Once you leave the county road, it's a stretch of the road that the county maintains for the Forest Service. They normally do like a once a year at the most kind of a thing to do major repairs like this one.
Got it. Thanks, Steve. So we're in open discussion. Unless you're
guess we are.
I'll say one quick thing. So on Friday, which is the debate on the airport, it conflicts with the safe passages. So safe passages is from 4 to 6:30 on the roof of the Gant.
Right.
And the debate is from 4 to 6:30. The debate is from 6 to 7:30
Right.
at the Wheeler.
Yeah.
So just
Everything's
saying.
stacked. There are 4 events that night stacked up. Yeah.
So I will leave safe passages early.
Right.
And go to the debate.
But do you have a ticket?
I have a ticket.
I'm supposed to have a ticket from Kathleen.
I don't have one for safe passages. We just attend that, right?
We can find out. We'll have to ask him. Yeah, is that a yes?
It's an RSVP only for that.
And you already did that for us? Okay, Charlotte took care of that.
Oh,
Thank
you're
you.
so on it.
Thank you.
I'm just going to the one at the Wheeler.
Got it. Okay.
So open discussion, we had a few items from
Wait, Steve
staff.
has his hand up again.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I never heard anything about this October 4th event. Are we all invited? Who is speaking?
Which one, Steve? There's four
and
events
I
that
got the
night.
debate.
The airport.
It was noticed in the newspaper, and it's in the lobby of the Wheeler, which is packed already. I don't think there's any more tickets available.
And Megan Tackett has talked about it several times a day, every day on the radio.
And if you look at the ad there, you have the ability, I think, to stream in or something.
It's going to air on Sunday. It's on Friday, but it's going to air on Sunday.
On Grassroots?
No, I believe it's on Aspen Public Radio.
Public Radio.
So do we have someone, are some of you going to be presenting the county case on this?
It's not a president.
Who is speaking, or how is it organized?
It's Michael Miracle and Jackie Francis and Tori and Amory.
Tori speaking with you?
Tori is taking Chuck's place.
And it is not a presentation, it's a
debate.
Question and answer debate like a squirm night.
More information online.
Online.
Sure. KJAX probably has information on it. It's their event. Okay, thanks, Steve. Melissa, I see you've got your hand up. Is that just to get into the meeting, or do you have a...
Does she need to be promoted?
She's responding to a question.
No, it's probably to be promoted, and I think we have Drew Gorgay. So just to preview for the board, we have the Healthy Rivers and Streams appointment decisions and renewal decisions, which is what brings Charlotte into our presence.
Right.
And then we have the update on the county attorney recruiting process and making sure we're on track there. We added in doing the CCI legislative issues that Kelly would like to get board input on before voting. And those are three staff issues at this point.
And they'll be really quick because we only have 15 minutes for all three of those. Any other open discussion? I had one that I wanted to bring up. We talked about at some point revisiting Western Maroon Plan and the Buttermilk Plan. And I just wanted to open that conversation. John and I had that conversation, but I want to see what that would entail and when would we do it.
So it's not as much West Maroon as comprehensive plan. I think this came up as a result of the conversations around the concerts and X Games and that sort of thing. So there's two processes there. One is as we go through an update to our comprehensive plan, we'll also be looking at events more generally, Greg, and so I think there'll be an opportunity for public input in that process. And then the second is there's a base master plan that is actually done by the ski company for Base of Buttermilk, but that this board has either chosen to adopt or not. That provides guidance for events that be approved. Currently, that master plan has any event over 500 people coming in for a special event review process, which is what you all just saw. That's an administrative process. Right now, when there's a large event that may have some significant community visibility or concern, we tend to bring those to the board, like the concerts and like we did today with X Games, just to get guidance from the board. Our understanding is that Base of Buttermilk plan would be potentially brought back sometime next year, hopefully somewhat in sequence with our comprehensive plan in those discussions. And that would provide a couple of opportunities then for both the board to weigh in more comprehensively instead of on an event-by-event basis, and then for public to also weigh in.
Right, great. I'd see a need for that. I certainly, I'm in favor of doing that.
What was the mechanism under which we approved it yesterday? Was it an ordinance, a resolution, thumbs up? It was just like
Neither. It's
nothing. We didn't have any jurisdiction over it, right?
Well, it's an right now, the way the code is
No,
set
we're talking,
I'm sorry.
we're talking the concerts.
Yeah, I'm talking yesterday's
The
concert.
concerts, yeah.
It
so
came
From
through
the belly
as an informal resolution, which we took a motion and voted on, is my remembering.
That doesn't sound right
That's
to
what
me,
I'm
but is that
asking
what it
you
was?
about.
I thought it was a special event permit, which is an administrative.
That's what I thought too.
So are you talking about the 2 concerts for
The
the
Belly
summer
Up.
of 2025?
Mm-hmm.
So that was an informal resolution that you all did approving the special event permit for that particular event. Now, the reason it's like that is typically that would be an administrative review process. But the land use code has a provision where, at the discretion of the community development department, Suzanne, she can bump a decision up to you all for approval that would otherwise be handled through the administrative
Okay.
review process.
Thank
And
you
that's
for
what she
clarifying
did
the
on that
difference.
particular issue.
So that was a actual, and I apologize. I
No,
wasn't
that's
here for
okay.
that conversation.
I believe there was an action item that this board all voted on last Wednesday to approve that event.
Now, the thing is, when we voted for that,
yesterday.
they were
Last
telling
Wednesday
us
we had a regular
that they
meeting.
still had to gather a lot of information from all the various players.
Correct.
So I didn't have the impression that we were approving the event, but we were approving that they move forward with the permitting process. I think there's a difference there, because I wasn't ready to say, oh, sure, go ahead and do this. It was more like, we need more information, and that's why we asked them to come back in and check in with us in February when they thought they'd have more of their ducks lined up.
Well, there is a difference between those 2 things that you're talking about, but what I believe you all did last Wednesday was approve an informal resolution allowing them to have a special event permit for those 2 events next year. Now, my understanding of why they needed that now, as opposed to coming back in the future, and I think they can probably explain this better, they did that at the time, was that if they don't have the approval from you all, going ahead with the planning doesn't make any sense from a logistical and financial standpoint, meaning they're not going to go out and book acts and do all this kind of stuff if they don't have a permit from you all providing them with the necessary certainty for them to go out and do those things. I did gather that there would be a check-in with you all regarding what was ultimately how the planning process was going, but it wasn't to provide them with a further approval, as I understood it. And I'm almost positive that that's what that was. There is an ability for a commissioner to call up a particular matter at the next regular meeting that was voted on the prior meeting. And if that's something that one of the commissioners wants to do, we can talk about what that looks like. But the applicant is under the impression that they got their approval from you all on Wednesday to go ahead with those 2 events in in the summer of 2025.
Got it. Okay, I understand that now. My concern is that it seemed like this was a big enough issue that it merits more than one cursory, even reading by the commissioners, and it ought to probably have a 2-part reading and with public input, because it's what I'm hearing since everyone has found out about it is that, hey, this is a big deal. What's going on here? So I would like to look at this a little bit more deeply.
Can I?
Please, go ahead.
I don't think a 2-reading formal resolution is called for in the special events code or whatever. This is just an opportunity for staff to bump it to our level. And we were very careful, and I think it was Greg, on your recommendation, you wanted to see the plans as they move forward, check-in points. So we knew if there were obstacles or things coming back or things were of concern, but it wasn't to approve or not approve again in the future. So if you, and I'm not sure how the call-up provision works exactly, but it has to be done at our next regular meeting, and then we'd have to set another agenda time And I know that the applicant is already going out and reaching out to booking these acts because that's time is of the essence right there on that. But I would like to have you forward on to me the people that you talk to so I can talk to them, because I'm hearing no complaints from anybody, and I'm out and about in town a lot with a lot of local people who pay attention. And so I just think that those, when you hear from people, it'd be great for you to share who these people
Right, I've
are, so we
encouraged
might
them
have the
to- yeah.
opportunity to speak with them.
Thank you. I'd have them speak to the entire board.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Any other comments on this? I can move it along. I just wanted some clarity there.
So I'm just wondering what kind of, so when I call Jim back, this is a done deal. We've done it. Are we gonna reconsider it? I mean, what do I say to Jim?
You would all have to take a vote to reconsider.
At our next regular meeting
at
and
a
set
next
another
regular
time to
meeting,
hear it at
yeah.
another regular meeting
Next
with
week.
public notice, etc.
Next Wednesday.
So it's under discussion, basically.
Well, and it has to be voted on, it has to be, a motion has to be made by, since we all approve, by somebody, it has to be seconded, it has to be, 3-0 or 3-2
right.
or whatever to reconsider at the next meeting. So right now, we don't know where that stands or if we'll go in that direction. But if something comes up in the future with their planning and they don't get approval by the sheriff's office or whatever, then their special use permit doesn't go through. Or they may find that they can't get the bookings or they can't meet all the actions that they need to take, and they may pull their application if they can't move forward. Or they could possibly cut down the numbers and only have it one weekend. We don't know where that planning process will go. There's lots of opportunities out there for
It sounds like
things
what
to
our
happen.
board has done is allowed other agencies to be the final decision on this, or
let
other
them move through with all the
circumstances.
planning that needs to be done.
Kelly,
Thank you. Unless for some sort of perfunctory reason, I consider a motion to reconsider pretty serious, and which is to say that I would hope that if individual board members are hearing complaints to inform whether we should reconsider, I would ask that you request of those people to formally write to the entire board what their objections are. I don't want to sort of make a motion to reconsider based on sort of sidebar conversations, which isn't to say their complaints may not be serious, but they should be formally submitted to us for that reconsideration.
thank you, Kelly. I think you reiterated what Patty just said, and I agree. And everyone who's spoken to me, I've asked them to write a letter. So we'll see what comes with that. Thank you. And Steve?
The only thing I heard or read so far was Mick Ireland's column where he was incredulous that we approved the 16,000 number. And in my thinking on that, the X Games has had 20,000 people there. So to me, that was my benchmark that I was measuring that against. But it was only Mick's one comment about that was the only thing that I have heard.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. That's all I've got on this.
Yeah, I wonder if we could move on to the healthy rivers and streams,
let's do.
and then the
Let's
attorney
do. We can move
report.
on. Thank you for that. I don't have any other open discussion. Okay.
Hi.
Better jump in, Charlotte.
Charlotte, yeah, launch in there before we get
Okay.
sidetracked again.
So we have decisions to make here. In your packet, there's a short AIS with the links to the interviews, and the renewals that need to be decided are Andre Willie and Kirsten Neff.
Charlotte, do I understand that they can both renew? There are places for them to renew, and then we have one more seat
We
and
have a
2
vacancy.
applicants for it.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood what we were doing there.
And then the new applicants are Andrea Shaffron and Ned Andrews.
Right. I'd like to just get started. We've interviewed everybody. We've heard from them all. Steve, go ahead.
So I went and looked at Andrea Shaffron's interview again just to refresh my memory, because that was further ago, I would be in favor of picking Ned Andrews as our member for the replacing the vacancy. But I really liked Andrea's enthusiasm, and would be wonderful if somehow we could tap into her enthusiasm and somehow, I don't know the situation with alternates on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, or do they have any subcommittees where they plug in interested people who want to help out?
Thank you, Steve. That exact same thought occurred to me, and Patty's nodding as well. So we all had the same thought, but I think Ned would be my choice as well. Charlotte, they don't talk about subcommittees very often, but I know we don't have alternates. Is that right?
We do not, and
No, right.
but I can certainly pass her information along to Lisa, and Lisa.
That's what I was going to ask.
Right.
See if there's something that she might be able to be involved in the future.
Yeah, I think her enthusiasm is balanced by Ned's experience and his enthusiasm as well. But I think she could certainly get involved and learn a lot and tee herself up to get on the board.
And I think it would be great. She's really into education, educating youth. So that may be a great opportunity to find out what we're doing in the Valley and try and get her into those events that we have. I think she'd be awesome. So yeah, I would really support Lisa and Lisa, knowing, and if they haven't watched her interview and her excitement, and see what we might be able. I want to keep her involved in the Healthy Rivers and Streams in some manner.
Steve.
So just a thought that the Roaring Fork Conservancy is very involved in the educational aspect, and maybe that's where she could put her energy for now with them. So we might suggest that to her.
Right, great idea.
She's already involved with them.
Okay, do we have thumbs up on Ned as our choice?
And the other two to
I see thumbs up from 3, 4, all of us. It's unanimous. Thank you, and please thank
Thanks a lot,
Thank
Charlotte.
Andrea for getting in, and we all really liked her.
A quick, what's it called?
Sidebar.
A future agenda,
Oh.
things I forgot to mention. I'll be gone October 15th. I will not be here.
You're on the schedule for that.
Okay.
But I have can I, Greg, please?
Please.
There's a community forum on short-term rental economic impact,
Right.
ironically, on this Thursday. John, can you check and see if somebody from staff's going? It's at the Hoffman Hotel in
Yeah,
Will
I
it?
saw
I
that
sent
too.
that in that flyer.
Yeah,
in
somebody
a
from
couple-
staff, Jeanette somebody should go, because we just talked about economic impacts of STRs today. So I'm hoping somebody's going. I won't be able to go, or I would go by there, but
Yeah, I saw that too.
we'll have a meeting up here. We have a meeting up here at 1.
Okay, thank you for that. If that's it, I'm going to move us on to county attorney update, recruitment update.
I believe we have Melissa and Drew on.
There's Melissa. Hi there.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Just wanted to give you all a quick update on the county attorney recruitment. And then I think, all need to make sure we're on the same page for the process that Patty mentioned earlier. So the position was closed on Thursday, September 17th. We had 8 total applicants. Drew, who is also on the call, and I have been through all of the applicants, reviewed cover letters, resumes, and we've narrowed it down to 2 finalists. And at this point now, we're just working on logistics to figure out how we get everybody in, who needs to be on what panels. I just want to check in to see if we're still moving forward with the decision that you all made last week during the exec session on the process.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little frustrated because I thought we were really clear about the 2 applicants, and then we talked about it at open discussion again about not having a meet and greet and a panel and board interviews, but having a meet and greet on the 22nd. It's a Tuesday. We could have it in the evening. And then on the 23rd, we were going to do a small panel with the BoCC at the same time. And that's the morning of that's a Wednesday before our regular meeting on the 23rd. And then the board would take time after that to come up, or we could do it with the panel. We did that with you, John. We had a mixed panel with BoCC. It was an exec. And then we made a decision that same day with the panel members still at the table. And then we could have it done on the 22nd and 23rd.
But is the panel going to be like directors of our
It was a
departments?
community panel. We were going to set it up like you did with John. And John, I don't know if you remember who, but I think John Sarpa was one of them. But we had 3 or 4 community members who participated.
I thought we had
I thought
decided we
had
didn't
changed-
have to have the
We didn't
public.
have to do that. We changed from that, and we were talking about department heads
That's
having an
what I thought.
opportunity.
The department heads weren't part of the panel that John did, and we didn't discuss panel membership. We were going to check with Phyllis and see who was on the panel, because I wasn't sure John remembered, because I didn't
I think we've
remember.
simplified it more than that.
So let's start.
So
from
I think
scratch.
this may be the confusion, because we're hearing some different things. And so one of the things, so yeah, with mine, there was the panel that you talked about, Patty, in exec, and then there was a separate staff panel for the manager. It was a lot of staff. I remember that. I can't remember who all was in there. One of the differences that you all just may want to talk about is, within the charter, the attorney reports to the Board of County Commissioners and represents the board, as well as the organization. That can be in cooperation or conflict out there in the community. So just looking at Rye to make sure he's not going to kick me under the table as far as how I'm interpreting this. And so those primary representation relationships are first to the board, and then
Totally agree, John.
Yeah, and then to the organization. And so it may make most sense if you're looking for input to start there. And then if you're looking for community input, to maybe take some
I think one or the
comment
other
from
is
Yeah.
fine. That's up to the board. But
Right.
I also don't necessarily think we need a meet and greet, because the county attorney doesn't go out and meet and greet. And when you do, but we're
It'd be
directed.
more a role that, and I think that's why you had that set for the manager.
Yeah,
'cause
but however,
that's
the board
something-
wanted to set up the panel, but I think we could do it with whoever, and directors of departments would be fine. And we just need to figure out how to get it together and get it done, rather than keep moving it down.
So I think we just wanted to get clarity from the
Yeah.
board as far as, because there's clearly, I see where the confusion is now, and I apologize I wasn't here for the
Right.
conversation.
And I thought we'd actually crossed that bridge already, but maybe.
So where are
I'm
we
glad we
now?
have clarity now. So we're going to do a panel, an exec panel with opportunities with the BoCC and key staff, department heads.
We need to decide who we think
On
that.
the 22nd?
And ideally the 23rd.
23rd in the morning before our regular meeting. We don't have time on our agenda on
And
the
in the regular
22nd.
meeting, we can then,
And do we want to do a meet and greet? I don't think we need to with the attorney's office. So let's,
I don't want
is
to.
it okay, Greg, if
I
we
see,
just,
I see no from you two.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Kelly. Kelly's getting impatient over there. Okay, Kelly.
Yeah, this is important to decide as a whole board, and I'm fine if we want to sit in on a panel. I really believe that there needs to be some attorneys on that panel to help sort of guide us on what to think about in terms of quality of attorneys personally.
Thank you. Oh, you just froze.
I'm fine on my end. Are you guys frozen?
Yeah, we're here. We got you. We've got you now.
Okay. I think that it's the meet and greet for me is the fact that the attorney is directly reportable to us, and we are who are held accountable by the community. And, I just really think that like values and fit are important in criteria here. And we ask our attorney to do a lot of creative policy thinking that I believe merits a touch point with the community. So I don't think a meet and greet is, that big of an ask to do for such a high level and important position.
Thanks, Kelly. I understand your point. So,
I'm concerned about having attorneys when the county attorney may have to go into discussions with attorneys locally.
well, yeah, they do. I think it'd be nice to introduce whoever, our
But on the
candidates
panel?
are two people in the community who are regularly coming in front of or seeing or working in some way with our attorneys. That does make sense to me, and I'm trying to figure out could we create a meet and greet, a limited meet and greet for five or more people from the community and leave it at that? Francie?
I think, pretending that Ry can't hear me, I think that it's unfair to, I think it's unfair to somebody who's not in the community to come in and compete at that level with somebody who is part of the community. I think it's an unfair advantage for our in-county person.
Well,
I think we've never, I don't think, done a meet and greet with the county. Not that, because we've never done it before. I just don't think it's something we need to do. And I'm going to disagree with Kelly on that. But if she feels that we should have attorneys on this panel, let's figure it out. Let's get it done, because we keep saying we want to get it done.
okay, I'm going to propose that we do a limited meet and greet with a
What does that
small
mean?
group that an event with the candidates, so that at least there's some FaceTime and opportunity to chat with some of our local legal people who are regularly in contact with our county attorney's office.
How do we do that legally?
I can tell you that in the past, what's worked is just to kind of open it up. If you're looking for that and have a mechanism for folks to give feedback and what their role is. And, then folks tend to self-select unless the board is prepared to give us direction on who to invite to that. I think that may be a challenge for y'all right now.
Right now it would be, but we could work on a list for you, and that could be done offline, right?
Well, we have a time frame coming up here that's pretty quick.
Yeah,
but
that would have to be done on the 22nd
I think we're just
ideally.
let's just open it up, Greg, and see who comes. Not that many people came to the airport directors
Okay,
one.
so we'll schedule a meet and greet on the 22nd.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
just
And
do a
can I
short.
just offer a different way to think about it? I think part of the meet and greet is transparency for us, who is making this big decision on the community's behalf.
Thanks, Kelly. I understand your point. Steve?
I think it would be important to invite the attorneys representing other local entities like Aspen, Town of Snow West Village, and Basalt. Perhaps the neighboring counties also, because I think they would for sure be working with our attorney at times, and it would be good if their input and, advise and consent.
Thank you, Steve. Now, does that happen to be, so we can schedule some time on the afternoon of the 22nd?
We have a full agenda, so have to be in the evening probably.
Or evening, and then we can make a list of people that our attorney's office is likely to work with, make sure they're invited, but also open it up.
Yeah.
And
so
we
a
schedule
combination.
90 minutes, and that's it, for an hour on the 22nd. Does that work for everyone? I think that satisfies Kelly's need. It's expedient for Patty.
Yeah, we can.
and I
I'm
think-
fine. I can go with that. But then
Okay,
what do we do on the 23rd?
and then on the 23rd morning, we could have an exec for just the BoCC with an interview, and perhaps some department heads.
Okay, and that's a
And
decision
then that
list we
afternoon on the
need to make.
23rd, we make a decision.
Like the departments that the county attorney works most closely
Right,
with.
right, and John can help us construct that list.
I'll give you some help.
Okay, and
Would the
and
board
Jeffrey's
be
invited too.
amenable-
What's that?
Sorry, would the board be amenable to inviting in one or two attorneys that could help give us that perspective? These could be people who are retired and we won't have a conflict with, folks that we have a very good history with. I think there is a group that we could call for whose advice could be meaningful.
I think if we invite them to the party, I'm calling it part of the
We're
meeting.
inviting him to the party the day before. Thoughts, Steve, Francie?
I think I already said what I had to say.
So do you want attorneys at the interviews with the candidates?
I just felt like the interviews was enough. But you guys want to do something else, and that's fine.
I think the interview
Certainly
would be
willing
with-
to participate in whatever you guys want to do.
I think the interviews would be great if we had key staff
Yeah,
directors,
I thought we
department
were going to
directors.
have a panel with us
Yeah.
and key
But
directors.
I don't know if we need to invite attorneys into that.
Well, it's not I don't think there's any harm to it. Steve, do you have any opinion on that?
And then we have to agree on which attorneys, which could,
I would think that I wouldn't want to have the local attorneys in with our interview or with the staff, the key staff people's interview with the candidates. I don't think
Okay.
that would be the appropriate venue for them. I think a more informal kind of a thing, and then also have a really good feedback form, whether that be an online form for people to fill out with their comments on the candidates and their reasons for supporting one or the other.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I think we've compressed this to the point where that may not be feasible, but we can always try to do that. We can give people a deadline.
Melissa had mentioned at the meet and greet that they could be there, she could be present, and staff, another member of your staff, Melissa, and you could be like taking notes from people that you could then pass on to us the next morning when we did the interviews. Didn't you mention something about that?
Drew
So-
did.
Yeah, we wanted it to turn around because we want to know what people said at the meet and greet to take into our consideration on
It was
Wednesday.
Drew who said that he would put
Okay,
it together.
Drew, you've been waiting patiently. I don't know if you want to say anything, but I see you there. If you want to join in, if you comment, you'd be welcome to.
Thank you and good afternoon. I would just point out that you are, you've done everything that you said you would do the last time that we talked about this. You've just modified the dates slightly from October 21 and 22 to October 22 and 23. And whereas before you were contemplating two panels, you've just consolidated those for efficiency. And you're exactly on track and online as you had previously intended. And on this specific point about capturing comments from the meet and greet, I said when we last spoke that I'm happy to capture those comments in person on my laptop. I've done that many times before. And Melissa had said you have the capacity to capture comments digitally through Google or some other tool. And in either case, or using both tools, we can have those comments ready for you when you deliberate on the 23rd.
Great, thank you. Okay, so it sounds like, I think this seems to be satisfying the concerns I've heard here, and we're still being expedient. And it adds a little bit of extra wiggle room for people. We're inclusive. I'd like to get a thumbs up on this so we can move forward.
So could you just tell me what we're getting a thumbs up on again? Be really clear about what we're doing.
But I'm going to do that, but I'm going to wait for Kelly, who might have just disagreed with what I said, since she has her hand up.
Well, I'm still concerned that we haven't really gotten at how to assess legal capability. We can assess fit and personality and all that stuff, but I'm really concerned about that. So I would ask if Drew and Melissa can propose some questions for us that would get at that, or if we seek out some way to assess that, that would help me. Otherwise,
Did you hear that? I couldn't quite understand what Kelly said there. Did you hear that, Melissa and Drew?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Is that within your possibility?
Kelly wants to make sure that all of your finalists, that the legal qualifications of all of your finalists are properly examined. And I just point out to you that I've been a licensed Colorado attorney since 1997, and all but 2 of those years have been spent in local government law, and that you retain me as a recruiting advisor. Part of that role is to assess legal qualifications. Melissa and I will have preliminary screening interviews this Friday. Candidates have been provided written questionnaires. At least some of that questionnaire addresses, well, a good portion of the questionnaire addresses legal experience and strengths and weaknesses in the practice areas most commonly facing a city, town, or county attorney. So there's already some of that. And hopefully that meets the need, as well as having conducted city, town, and county attorney recruitments for the better part of 8 years now. If you would like more assurance than that, or more filters than that, you can discuss it and do so. But I think you're going to probably meet the need.
Thanks, Drew. So the way I have it, we're a meet and greet on the 22nd, the evening of the 22nd. A staff, BoC, and invitees, special invitees on the morning of the 23rd, and then the afternoon of the 23rd, in the public meeting where we will make a decision.
On the what was the second thing after the interview in the morning?
Then the
The
board will
public
make a
meeting,
decision.
public meeting that day on the 23rd.
Public meeting?
Separate
It'll be
from the
in
meet
public.
and greet? I'm confused.
John, do we
Okay,
have to
okay,
make
let me
this
start over.
decision in
Okay,
public?
everybody listen up. This is the last time I'm going to say this.
I'm listening, but that's.
On the 22nd in the evening, we're going to have a
Okay, we
meet
got
and
that.
greet. We're going to get comments. On the morning of the 23rd, we're going to have an executive session where the BoC interviews the candidates, but we're also going to be joined by staff, and we're going to invite some perhaps retired attorneys, council people, representatives in the community to join that. And then that afternoon, we're going to make a decision.
So we're going to have another exec session after the meeting,
No,
At the public
we make a decision in a public meeting.
at the regular meeting.
Do we make it, no, we have,
Correct, John?
So
We
you
didn't-
all are probably going to need some time in executive session to discuss the pros and cons of the candidates.
Right.
And then a decision on who to hire and contract would need to be made in a public meeting. But you don't have to discuss the pros and cons of the candidates
In public.
in public.
Right,
You
okay,
will,
thank you.
in executive session, get a direction which would be executed and a final decision made in public.
Right.
Right? Am I getting that
Yeah.
roughly right? Okay.
Okay, I
So
think we've got it
to
then.
meet earlier
The way
on
you guys
Wednesday.
have done this in the past, the long past, is once you've made a decision, you've directed staff to bring back a resolution appointing the county attorney at a regular meeting. So,
Direct them out of meeting.
yeah, so my assumption would be that you all could, generally give direction to staff, probably Melissa, and Mr. Gorgay, to prepare a resolution appointing whomever it is you've selected through this process.
And so it'd probably be a little different that you give direction to negotiate a contract, because there'll be a contract, and then upon successful negotiation. So when you all hired me, you gave the chair direction to negotiate a contract. You gave certain parameters for that. Once we reached agreement, then that contract was brought forward for approval by the board. Yeah, I think that's the same
Now,
thing.
we've compressed this into pretty much a single day. some
Not
work
the
can be done in
resolution
advance.
coming back.
The
That'll
reso-
take
But
a
the
week.
direction
Yeah,
and
and so we do that at the regular meeting, so it
Be-
seems like we have to start earlier that day.
because if you can't conclude a negotiation, right, you want to leave room open.
Right.
The contract, and maybe Patty, this is what you're trying to jump in, say, would need to come back at a regular meeting.
Right,
It
we
won't be
give
done the same
direction
day.
on the 23rd. It will come back to us at the next regular meeting to approve in a public meeting.
Right. Got it.
Francie, you look questioning.
Okay, so we're not gonna be done on the 23rd, but we'll
Yes,
have
we
made
will
that
have, well,
decision.
we will have made a decision on who we're going to appoint. It's just then we have to have the contract negotiated to come back.
Right.
Be noticed and come back in the next public meeting.
But
Mike?
I think we're gonna have to start at like 8 that morning to get through all this. We can't do it at,
Okay, we'll
We
set
can
the
do an
agenda on
hour for
Thursday.
each interview and an hour to discuss.
We're gonna set the agenda on Thursday. We don't have to decide that right now. We'll let you know. Is that okay? And we'll try to make it as quick as we can. Anything else?
Yeah, I didn't know if we agreed upon having attorneys in the interview process.
I
thought
agree.
we were just inviting them to the meet and greet.
I think Steve
I
and
agree.
Kelly and I thought it was okay, and you and Francie didn't like the idea.
Did Steve want attorneys in the interview?
Or no, was he a no? Steve was a no.
I said no.
And I said
would
no.
rather
I said
not.
no.
Oh, there are
have
3
them in
no's
our
and 2
interview.
yays. Okay, the no's have it. So, all
Thank you.
right, it's just gonna be staff and
already made
BOCC in the
this.
panel. Okay, thank you. We've got that resolved.
And then
I think-
Melissa
Do we have,
and-
Melissa, do you have direction? Do you know
Melissa
where?
Drew will draft some questions for us, right, Greg?
Yes. Are you
So-
comfortable?
Sorry, Greg, I just want to summarize to make sure I understand how
Yeah,
you all
please
want me
do.
to move forward. Okay. So the evening of October 22nd, it'll be a meet and greet with partner attorneys. So City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, Basalt, neighboring counties,
And
anybody
anyone else? Right,
the public.
yes, thank you.
Okay. Then on October 23rd, the following morning, we will have an executive session with the 5 of you and key staff members.
Correct.
How many are we talking? I don't want an army in there.
Can we decide that
5?
later? What, you want to decide that right now?
I would like to figure out, because I've already written down a few, and I've written down a few special, I think for John to invite to the meet and greet would be like you said, Greg, the local municipal attorneys and county attorneys that would, the county
Right,
attorney.
so we can give our list to John when we're
That's-
done.
if that's
We can do
okay
that
with
later.
you.
Can we
I
do
thought
that
we were-
after?
I thought you were talking about the interview panel. You're not, you're talking
No,
about the.
this is about the meet and greet.
We're still on the meet and greet, Melissa, sorry. Okay, we're gonna each submit to John some names of people that should be, we could invite to the meet and greet, whether they show up or not is up to them. Okay, so that's easy. You'll get a list and we'll invite them. Okay, so we're done. We're moving on to the 23rd now, where we're gonna have key staff and the BOCC in exec, interviewing and then discussing the candidates. That afternoon, is that good? I should let you repeat it back to me, but does that make sense?
What do you mean that afternoon?
Okay. And then, as I understand it, that same afternoon, in a public meeting, we can direct staff. Oh, sorry, Drew, you shook your head.
Yeah, I shook my head because I think some portion, some part of your time after your interviews on the 23rd will be an executive session to give direction to staff to negotiate with your finalist or preferred candidate. And then the result of that will come back to you in a public meeting as a resolution, contract, or both.
Oh,
Great, thank you.
so
Okay.
that's different than what we said.
No, that's what we said.
I thought we said we were gonna give direction to the staff at the regular meeting. But Drew is saying, no, we're gonna do it in exec session.
No, so you
Well,
give
if you're
direction-
negotiating,
Can't
it's
negotiate
not public until both sides have agreed.
That sounds
Right.
great.
Thank you.
Much
That
better.
makes much more sense.
I think so too.
What you said.
That.
Okay, Melissa, then, it will take the next regular meeting where we would entertain the reso. Okay, I think we have agreement on that.
I don't know why Melissa was confused. quite
I don't
frankly.
either. Gosh, Melissa, pull it together. Like, thank you for indulging us, Drew. Thank you for your clarity, and everyone else, Melissa, Steve, and Kelly online for your intelligent input on this, and Francie and Patty in the room. I think we've got there, and John as well, and even Rye for helping us. Okay, do you have direction now on that? We can end this painful conversation if you've got direction. Okay, thank you, Drew. Thanks for coming in. And this is how sausage is made. I'll see you guys later. We are going to adjourn this because a regular meeting starts 4 minutes ago.
So, just real quick, we did, the planning commission is meeting in room bells right now. So,
okay.
We did have the CCI issues. I think we're gonna ask Kelly to bring. Sorry, Greg.
Oh,
that's why
sorry.
I'm
I
sure you-
thought I wrote it down, but then I didn't see it. Okay, go ahead, Kelly.
And, I know Patty can't stay late on Thursday, but if the rest of you can for a few minutes, it might give you time to just skim the proposals and focus only on the ones that I call out. So we can walk through it together, or you can take 15 minutes to read them over and have a quick conversation Thursday afternoon. What do you prefer?
Would you send them to us in advance if you haven't already?
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna go through and just flag the ones where I think I especially need the board's input.
Great, and we'll have those in advance, and then we can decide on Thursday.
I mean,
Is that okay with
we're just
Steve
having a
and
virtual
Francie?
meeting on Thursday, right?
I'm coming in.
The only invitation I got was a virtual meeting.
Well, I told him I'm coming in. I don't do virtual. I'm not gonna Zoom in. I'm gonna come in. Because we're doing a major issue, and I think we should be in the room to discuss it, but if you guys wanna do virtual.
And this is at 1.
Yeah, I have other plans. I'm doing virtual, but I can send out that sheet ahead of time.
Great, thanks, Kelly. So so Patty will be here.
Well,
The
I
rest of
could
us will-
come.
we
I'll
can
be in
decide.
Basalt.
Okay, so that's
driving
the
back
plan. Thanks, Kelly. I think that solves it. Anything else on this or any other topic before we
Thanks,
adjourn?
Kelly.
Thanks for doing that, Kelly.
All right, thank you all. We're adjourned. Thanks, Andorra. Thanks, Levi. Were you going to come down and talk to us about anything? No. Good.
He's gonna